the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No. Got the roots, he let the
We live from the boxing section, you dusty ass niggas.
What's going on? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on, man? Back again for the new year.
White girls do it right.
No, I said if it ain't snowing, I ain't going. That's what I said.
Amen. Shout out to all the white women, man. White women are gods. White women are queens. White women are God's gift to her.
You gotta relax, nigga.
Oh yeah. My bad.
Man, what up, Kev?
Not much, man. What you got going?
Not much, man. Chilling.
Yeah, bro. I don't know what's been going on with my damn kids, man. They've been trying to stay up hella late. I don't know what's going on with them.
Man, Christmas break.
Yeah. But hey, Saturday, big fight.
Yes, sir.
Big fight card. Actually, we can say that.
Yes, fact. Facts.
Yeah. Oh man, hold on real quick.
Centos.
What it do?
What's going on, man? April 1st, what you doing?
April 1st? Oh, that's April Fool's Day. I'm going to be doing a number of things. I don't know at this point.
You mean that's in Oklahoma or what?
I don't know, man. I'm not going to promise anything just yet because, I'm doing the fight this weekend. And I don't know if I'm going to be doing a fight before that or not. I'm thinking about that Caleb Plant and Benavidez fight. I think they projected March on that, so I don't know. Gotta see. Possibilities. Hey, I was wondering, do the white chicks ride better than them black chicks?
Do they do what?
Do they ride better than the black chicks?
Man. That's a good question.
Go ahead and say hell no.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna say no.
I'm
gonna say no.
Right.
But then again, it kind of depends on the girl. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but on the average though, the average white chick compared to the average black chick, who rides better?
Black girl.
Know what's up.
All day long.
Black girls. But I will tell you this though. In my experience, white girls tend to be a whole lot more freakier. Like they want to do like all kind of nasty shit.
Yeah, they're more natural. I'll give you that.
Nasty as hell.
Yeah. Our sisters get freakier as the generations go by.
Yes, they do.
They wasn't as freaky when I was younger as they are now. Yeah, I can't remember last time I didn't get a BJ.
And they actually initiated more. They like they initiate sex a lot more than black girls do.
Well, I'm gonna tell you my experience. Women, period, no matter what color they are, they're more freaky than men are. I think guys, we talk a lot of stuff and we You know, some guys talk a big game about what they do, this, that, and the third, but usually, guy, you ask him, you listen to him, he'll tell you he got how he started doing this, that, and the third. A female turned him out on some things. So females are usually a little bit more willing to go down that road of freakiness than a guy is, especially if they mess with me anyway. Because my freak level ain't real high. I just got a powerful pipe game, and I spit plenty of game through my lips. You know, talking that stuff to them in their earlobe. But yeah, women, hey, when I say I've been raped, I didn't call the cops, but I've basically been, hey, they don't do some things to me. You understand me?
Yeah.
I don't return favors like that though. I don't get down like that. You know what I'm saying? My freak level ain't that high. I just make them squeal real good.
I understand.
I just wanted y'all to take on that. But yeah, they just, you know, they get down for the crime, but they ain't got that rhythm down pat. Yeah, they off rhythm a lot of time when it's time to get that motion going.
Nah, you right though. They don't got that rhythm. But see, I'm more of the.
They try hard though. They try hard. They put a lot of effort in.
I'm more of the whatever, like dominant type inside the bedroom with me though. Like, so I'm the one that's normally like, you know what I'm saying, putting them in this position and that position, and you know what I mean.
You gonna get it in there.
Yeah. Like I don't come to play. You know what I'm saying? Like when I say you getting some dick, you getting some dick. Damn it.
Right. Okay.
Boom, boom, boom. No, stop.
Yeah. What's good, man? Oh man, I'm sleeping, man. Sorry, man.
Nah, you good. Everybody a little sleepy.
I don't know why I couldn't be sleeping. I can't afford to be sleeping.
What you on the East Coast though, right?
Yeah, Central. I'm in Tennessee.
Tennessee, yeah. Good old Tennessee.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that fight this week. I'm not as amped up for it right now as I thought I would. I thought I was gonna have a little chick. I got a little call, man. Chick was talking about, hey, I might come out there and meet you, but I won't volunteer no plane tickets or no tickets to the fight. You understand me? That ain't happening. You can come on if you want to, and I'll let you hang out after the fight. But I'm not paying for nothing. Nothing. I buy you something to eat while you're there. You can stay in my room. But
she gonna be like, Centos, I want to go shopping.
Nah, I train them good, man. That's a different side of the me, you see. Yeah, we don't do all that. I ain't got time to go shopping. I come up with a million excuses why we ain't going shopping. You know, I'm scheduled to be at such and such at 7:32. My man's waiting on me now. I'm running behind. I ain't got time. I come up with a million excuses. I'm planning to try to explore DC a little bit when I get out there, and you know, on Sunday. My bad. Y'all again. My bad. And see what the goings on is, you know. Well, other than that, man, I'm just gonna be kind of chilling. But yeah, man, ain't getting in my pocket this weekend. I'm already. Hey, when you want that tape fight, you gotta dig in a little bit regardless.
Yeah, them ain't gonna tickets are expensive, I heard.
Yeah, they cost a little bit. So, you know, I ain't volunteering no coins to nobody's entry of the fight or the you know, whatever else going on, you know, a plane ride, ticket to the fight. Yo. And it took me a week and a half to talk myself into paying for it.
Dang. I feel you though. It do be like that sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. I spent a lot of unnecessary money this past year, but I had to do it, man, considering what I went through. I had to make myself feel better. You know what I'm saying? It was therapeutic. I probably spent in excess of 20 plus grand just entertainment and just trying to, hold on a second, just trying to feel better. But I feel all right now. I feel pretty good.
Yeah, I bet 20 grand in.
Yeah,
Shoot,
I
you
feel
better
pretty
feel
good.
good.
Man. I'm using more conservative, like a summer gun, opposed to what I did. But considering what I went through, man, and I'm gonna tell you something, man. I realized going through my divorce and all that, I've been doing a lot of living for everyone else except myself. And so I just told myself last year. I told myself last summer, actually. I said, "Shit, I need to stay on the move. Why am I depriving myself as hard as I work and hard as I try to take care of all my responsibilities? Why am I depriving myself of enjoyment?" So I'm gonna start living for me from now on, man.
Yeah.
I feel better that way.
Yeah, I feel you. I actually had came to that realization about a year or so ago, man. Because I was always living for somebody else or looking out for other people and stuff like that. And I was like, man, fuck it, man. I just need to what do I want to do? What makes
Right.
me happy? You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, and a lot of people don't really realize, like, how can I say this? Like, whenever you can't really like do what you want to do, or not even like, man, it's so hard to explain. Like, it's just, I don't know, man. Shit can be weird, man.
Yeah, you gotta reward yourself sometimes. Make yourself feel like you deserve it. You gotta ask yourself, did I work hard? Did I treat people right? Do I deserve to treat myself less than how I treat other people? Hey, no. So I decided, man, it's my time.
Mm-hmm.
And see, my main squeeze lady friend recently got pretty upset with me. Man, she told me I really hurt her. But she told me she was a pimp though. So I was working on pimp vibes, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They say everybody ain't as pimping as they say they are. But anyway, she said I really hurt her. That was not my intention. But at the same time, I decided, I was trying to take something aside. Trying to make sure I didn't deprive myself. There's some opportunities and things like that to see. Everybody want to lock you down. Want to give you some parameters. And don't want you they want to make sure you ain't being shared with others, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, but now that you say that, right? What do you think is the best thing about being single?
Well,
like if you could just name one thing.
Just freedom, man, to move how you want to move.
Freedom, man. Freedom is everything, ain't it?
last week I got stuck in Huntsville, Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a normalcy because Alabama and snow just like it's not a common thing. If it is, when they do snow, it doesn't last long. It melts really quick, So I didn't anticipate any of that stuff. So when I thought about, I was worried about getting home like I used to do because I had responsibilities at home. I had people, wanted to make sure I was coming home in the past. But then, I'm worried about having an accident, causing myself damage and money. worried about hurting somebody else and worried about damaging my truck, all that kind of stuff. And I got thinking, what are you thinking? Get your room, shut this summer going down, get your room. Because you're free, you don't have to worry about going home to anybody.
Yep.
That was such a beautiful thing in itself,
Man.
So yeah, it's that freedom is important. I'm trying to enjoy as much as I can. I had to, make somebody understand. Look, I'm crazy about you. We crazy about each other, man. Kind of in love with each other and all this sort of kind of stuff. But man, I ain't got time for, going to the altar. And we ain't going to the altar no time soon anyway.
No, hell no.
We just started kicking it. And I understand I'm that type of dude that like to be in a marriage. But shoot, man, look here. I found out, man, I found out I still got that flavor, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, on a high level, I thought it was just on low end. I thought I forgot a lot of stuff, which I have forgot a lot of stuff, but at the same time, it's like riding a bicycle. I've been out of the game for a while, but I found out that you still got people that female folks that like a little taste, you know what I'm saying? So still got a nice little vernacular for them and character, charisma, all that, and so I want to enjoy life a little bit more and mingling a little bit more before I say I do to anybody again.
Yeah,
I ever say I do to anybody again, you did.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's the same type of vibe that I'm on. Man,
yeah.
I'm not even thinking about no marriage at all. Like that.
Man. I almost let myself get. I pretty much let myself get caught in the net, man, and I couldn't get out for a second. It seemed like, and then I got to think. I said, "Whoa, man, wait a minute!" Everybody was telling me, "What are you doing? Yeah, I know it's a good chick, but you can't like that." I said, "Yeah, you're right." I said, "What am I thinking, man?" And everything they were telling me, I was already thinking in the back of my mind. See, because I pushed the player way back in the back of my mind, and try to bring the gentleman that I've been for so many years to the forefront totally, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I said, man, wait just a goddamn minute, man. 21 years, then just a few months of free. Nah, man, come on. I told you better than that. So
yeah, I almost got caught up like that too, though, man.
Yeah.
With this or whatever one chick, man, like this girl was like perfect, but I was like, man, I just got out of something, and I ain't trying to fucking.
I feel you, bro, and I'm gonna tell you something, man.
I can't. I ran from her.
I didn't run from it. I'm still dealing with this chick, man. I'm gonna deal with her. We gotta understand. We got more of an understanding now. But
yeah.
Which I thought we had an understanding first, but as soon as after she put that thing on me, she changed her mind. She started telling me what the rules were. I'm like, oh man. And I didn't say a whole lot in the beginning, but then it got to the point, man, where I had to go and let them know, no, we can't do it like that, So I had to pull my little switchblade out, pocket knife out of my pocket, and cut my way out of that net. I said, look here.
Mm-hmm.
I like to swim a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I need to swim a little bit. I'll come back and visit you from time to time, And that's what we still seeing each other, and we're gonna make each other probably the main thing that we kick it with, but at the same time, we both have the green light to hang out and kick with some others. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She is a very attractive woman. She's a very intelligent woman. She got her own money. She got it. She don't ask anybody for anything. You know what I'm saying? And she's a very complimentary chick. That's the one that's gonna buy me the midget, right? And she's good. She's a good woman, man. She pretty much everything a brother can want, man. I'll say like 80% anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But just like any other woman, she can get that attitude. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
She can get, she got really caught up in liking a brother a whole lot more than I thought she would this quick,
Mm.
and it kind of just changed the game a little bit. But I had to fix all that, man, and that's what I was doing over the holiday, trying to fix it. So now I gotta, reconfigure my mindset to allow myself to date others, because I shut everybody out, But now, you gotta go ahead and get back to the plan that I had in the beginning and work it accordingly. Hey, what? Did anybody see the? Did you see the Benavidez interview? I missed it. I hadn't seen it yet.
No, I haven't seen it. But I seen Mark Nash talking about it a little bit. He was talking about it, and I guess David Benavidez had called everybody pussies and just talking shit.
I don't think Caleb Plant gonna be a cakewalk like you think it is.
No, it's gonna be a tough fight for both of them.
It's gonna be a tough fight. I'm gonna tell you, David is a beast, man. He's a beast, no doubt about it. Caleb can box, and now he's starting to turn that. It's a police right. Now he's starting to turn that punch over, man. That's man. I looked at that shot he put on your boy in Brooklyn.
Yeah, Darrell.
Over the weekend, I was showing my grandkids and my son, and my son's mother, we were hanging out with them for the weekend, And man, everybody tripped out. I said, "Yeah, this y'all homeboy right here." He from this little Tennessee area, man. So I said, "Yeah." I said, "The cat over here was talking a lot of noise, and he's a good fighter." I said, "But he talked a lot of noise." I said, "Kato, he didn't talk that much." And my grandkids' grandmother said, he don't talk trash to nobody." I said, "No, he talk trash. He talk a lot of trash." Because Caleb will talk that noise too, I said, "But he didn't talk trash to this kid." I said, him and his trainer agreed that he would go in with the game plan of staying focused and not talking trash or anything. You know what I'm saying? And he stuck to it. And then I showed him the results afterwards. You know what I'm saying? I said, the craziest thing about it, I was watching another fight on my cell phone while I was at that fight, and I looked away for a second, and that's when the knockout happened, and I missed it. And I had to look at it on the jumbotron, in the replay form, because he did it so cold, so quick, man. I said, God, and my man was just out, couldn't get up, just out. And I saw a video where he gave props to Caleb and said, if anybody can find a video where I said a white boy never beat me, I'll give you $10,000. I don't know if he ever said it or not, as far as that before the fight. But the way Caleb was talking about it, I thought he had said it, but I can't say that there's some footage out there of him saying that or not. He's saying that he never did say it. So, but I know one thing, he talked real greasy to Caleb throughout the promotion of that fight, man. And
he was being disrespectful too. Like he was crossing the line a little bit.
It was black guy against white guy in the hood.
Yeah.
And see, what he don't realize, Caleb is accustomed to all of that before boxing. He ran around number brothers in Nashville, man. That's his thing. He got select few white friends, of course, but he mainly hung with the brothers.
Yeah.
So he was used to all that talk. He could talk with the best of them. He knew he could fight. So that's just his upbringing, man. And that's something phased him, man. I knew it wasn't phasing him. I know I don't know him personally, but I know that type of cat, And so, time and time again, when people try to say he's not this, that, or the third, he proves them wrong. Now, that kid, the real, has never been knocked out, man. Never been knocked out. When he did get caught, he got caught hellified, and he laid there for a minute. You know what I'm saying? And he had two female cousins sitting behind me and my man Pugilist, man. And when I found out they were the real's cousin, I kind of toned my verbiage down. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't want to be disrespectful. Plus, I was trying to get at the little bras when they first got there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
but it didn't work out. You know, look, at the end of the fight before they leave, I was trying to get out. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, See, you know, they were cheering for their cousin, of course, like they should. Man, Caleb was outboxing so good. You know, the real had his moments. Don't get me wrong, but Caleb was outpointing him, man, with no problem.
Oh yeah.
And he was setting him up the entire fight. You know, just tapping him here and there, just tapping him. And next thing you know, he gave him the old 1-2, man, and it was over. Hey, it was so cold that the Real's cousins applauded Caleb. Applauded and said, "Nah," they said he did his thing. They said he did his thing because they said they go to fights all the time. They said they don't care nothing about sitting on the floor. Because I asked, "Why y'all sitting way up here?" You know, they said, "Well, I don't care about sitting up here. We go to fights all the time." I said, "Oh, okay." So they were very respectful, very understanding, and I applaud them ladies, man, because they were real fight fans. They were real students of the game. It seemed like because just because it was their cousin, they didn't hate on Caleb after that. They gave it up. You know what I'm saying? So now Bread Man was saying that Caleb was knocking most of his sparring partners out in training. I just saw a video last week, and he was talking about what they strategy was going into that fight, and said they don't want to give up too much about what they're doing with David Benavidez. He said, but David might be in for a surprise. You know what I'm saying?
Well, well, I know that these two aren't the same type of fighter, but Tyrone Davis is actually trained by Birdman too, and we saw what happened to him.
That's right. So he already got intel on David Benavidez, and that kid was tough in that fight, man.
Yeah.
Tough in that fight. He was probably just a little bit too small for you, boy. And hey, I like that kid in that fight, man. I did. He had plenty of guts, man. Yeah,
that boy was taking a damn beating. I said, Dad, he was tough, but man, he was getting his ass beat.
Oh yeah, he was. He was getting toast. He was getting his salad toast. See, David's so tall and long, man. He's strong, man, and it's gonna be a tough fight, man. I mean, David is the smart money says David. But I don't know, man. I don't know, man. If Caleb put them quick hands on him and catch him a few times, man, who knows? I don't know how this fight. Now, I'm going to say something. If Caleb was where he is right now, and they had fought with see, Caleb is the one that initially started calling David out about 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And if they had fought back then, and Caleb was on the plane that he is right now, I think Caleb would win that fight easy. Back then, because David was still raw. But see, now David knows who he is and what he is in that ring. So it's a lot more complicated now. A lot more complicated. He's a hell of a fighter right now. He's a hell of a fighter then. He had balls and guts and all that, but see, he was getting high and all that stuff, you know what I'm saying? So, he wasn't really mentally full time with it. But now he's full time with that joint, man. So he's dangerous, very dangerous. That's why Canelo ain't trying to get in the ring with it. But I tell you, man, it's gonna be a hell of a fight, man. To me, that's a big fight. Big fight. That fight been brewing for 5 years. So, and you know what? I'm not gonna be upset with who wins or lose, man, because I like both of these guys. It'd be great to see the home team win, but hey, I don't know. That's a tough one, man. If Caleb beats this kid, man, that's gonna put him in a whole different light, man. Because Caleb can sell fights already. He did a great job in Nashville when he fought in February 20. Which he should have as his home field advantage. You know what I'm saying? But Nashville is not a fight town anymore like it used to be when I was a kid. So that was pretty good. And it was winter time or whatever. But he made him bring some more fights there and sell it out even greater and quicker. But I tell you, man, that's gonna be a tremendous fight. And he wants to fight. He called him and David. I'm gonna tell you something. Him and David are calling everybody out. I will get in them weight divisions there. Charlo, each other, and David Benavidez even said something about Demetrius Andrade as well. and on the boxing boards.
Yeah,
So
but I don't really see a lot of them fights happening.
it might not, but I just like the fact that these two guys right here, they want to fight each other, and they want to fight everybody else too. That's what I like about it, and that's the way boxing should be, man. That's where it should be. But you're right, you know, they all on that PBC banner, and I don't know if we're gonna get all these fights, man. You know, I don't know. We'll see. I hate your boy broke his hand, man. Charlo, Jamel. I hate he broke his hand, man, because I was looking forward to going to that fight, man. Yeah,
him and Costas. I mean, not.
Tim Zoo. Yeah. Yeah, I was looking for that, man. But yeah, man, it's hopefully this year is exciting for boxing. My man fella. Hey, Cal, wake up. Your man might be trying to come back in. So, hey, look at God. Look at God. I brought in my brothers. Pittsburgh, Pugilist, and we got old Bass Reeves. We got the cowboy, the ultimate cowboy, black cowboy himself up in this joint.
Yes, sir. Happy New Year.
What's up, fellas? What's going on? Happy New Year.
Ready. Where Kev go?
David Benavidez. I just looked in the chat, but he fell off. I think he'll be back. David Benavidez did an interview with. I know he did one on the basketball, but I think he did one with Brian Custer.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
What's his name? Brian what?
Yeah, Brian Custer. I'll check that out.
Yeah, there you go.
Real quick. The last.
To Brandon Washington, Taylor Bill, and I ain't gonna call that Miss the Miss if she's still in there. I ain't gonna say that other word.
Reggie there.
I know, but my mom told me not to say that. Reggie, Reggie. Wait, where you at, Reggie? So yeah, Reggie, come on up in this joint, man.
Yeah, Reggie, where you at?
Yeah.
The last interview I saw with David, he did one with KC over there. Shout out to my boy in Chicago, the OG.
I did. Yeah, I hadn't seen that.
That's a really good interview. It's going on almost 2 months ago, but that's a really good interview, man. It's a really, really good interview. Really, he interviewed him shortly, either before the fight with Plant was announced or shortly after, and then he did one. He did one with someone else shortly there, right after. I can't think of that name, but yes, again with David. I was listening to you cook for a little bit, Santos, and man, I'm a big David Benavidez fan, man. I got him winning big, man. I like Caleb too. I've always liked Caleb. I was saying this last night.
He got a lot to bite off with this David Benavidez. I don't care whoever faces David got a lot to bite off unless they're bigger than him.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
With their hands as he is.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
He's a big chunk. Yeah, he's a big chunk. But I'm gonna tell you something. Caleb is not as tall or big as David, but he's a little longer than people realize he is. I think he's not a short. He's not a short guy.
Yeah. He likes 6'1". He likes 6'1".
Yeah, he got a little satchel. But you know what? Caleb said something before he fought Canelo. He said, "Man, everybody in this weight division hit hard." And he's right, because I'm gonna tell you, the real thought he was probably the softest thing at 168. That's what I believe. And he found out something different, man. But Cater was outpointing the whole fight anyway, though. But I tell you, man, that KO he put on the man, whew, man.
Yeah, he put the notice. He put the division on notice. But then again, David Morrell almost killing somebody in the ring put everybody on notice too. So, man, a lot of killers. A lot of killers. That was Adios, and I'm glad he made it through his induced coma as well. God bless him. But man,
I keep forgetting about Dave Morrell, but he'll get his opportunities too. He hit hard, but I don't know what his amateur career is like. But he's keeping quiet. So I'm sure he got have a amateur background, I would
No,
think.
yeah, I remember now. So it was when KQ interviewed David. Shortly thereafter, he interviewed Ronnie Shields, and Ronnie was talking about David, of course, Jamal, and that was a good one too, man. I might go back and rewatch that one. That's a good interview. I recommend that. A lot of wisdom, a lot of stuff that I didn't know about Ronnie Shields, man, that he was talking about himself. But back to
Ronnie
David.
Shields Ronnie Shields was a hell of an amateur fighter and a real decent professional fighter too, man.
One of the best minds still in the game.
He was a very popular fighter in the amateurs, man. He was taking care of business back in the day.
Yes, sir.
Them guys. The guys that was ahead of me about several years. There were household names as far as amateur fighters that came out of my area, man. Fought in the U.S. trials and the Olympics and all that kind of stuff, man.
Yeah.
Those guys is the reason I was able to hear about guys like Ronnie Shields, and what's my guy name? Curry, Donald Curry.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, guys out of Texas, man. I forget where Ronnie was from exactly, but I know Donald Curry was out of Texas. But I'm gonna tell you, man, them guys back in the days, man, they were gladiators, man. They were some true gladiators back in them days, man. They was like, to me, that era was like part of the last of the true grit, bite down and chew hard on type fighters, man. They guys in that era still kind of had some of that hard. They still had hearts like a Ali or Foreman or Sugar Ray type, and the class, the best last class representation I think the United States had in a whole was the class that Sugar Ray was part of. Now we had a great class of amateur fighters in the world when the Holyfields and Pernell Whitakers and all them went through there, but I don't think they was that strong and dominant as that Sugar Ray class was.
I agree.
That class.
That class was ruthless, man. That class didn't fuck around. Man. They were coming for your ass.
But I would give credit to the guys that were in between the class of Holyfield, Pernell, them, and Sugar Ray and all of them. The class that was in between that really didn't get a chance to shine Olympic wise like that. They still had hard like.
All those guys became world champions. All those guys became world champions. Like Holyfield, very well schooled. Very well schooled. He knew boxing. He knew how to box. Yeah. The science was good.
Yeah, he could fight. Period. He's a technician, but he had a heart of steel, man. He could fight, man.
That class before that 1980 team that didn't go, a lot of excellent boxers on there. Man. That was Donald Curry and all of them. You had that class boxers. Donald Curry. You had Johnny Bumpers. Johnny Bumpers. They had a lot of excellent guys. Some guys became champions too. Those was the guys that became. They was a part of the. They was a part of like the Tomorrow's Champions. The Tomorrow's Champions promotion that came out of that group.
I gotta remember that. Tomorrow's Champions. I gotta remember that. Tomorrow's Champions.
You had the white boy, Bobby Chaz. You had Chaz. Chaz was a part of that group. Like I said, Johnny Bumpers, Donald Curry, even crazy ass Mick Gray was a part of that. He was a lot of good guys.
Used to come to the gym. Hey, when I was a kid, Johnny Bumpers used to come to the gym, man, right? He was
breaking up, so
you kind of breaking up, Tinto, a little bit.
Okay,
yeah, but them guys they had a good class of guys that came through that time period, that 1980 team.
Hey, Cal, Reggie trying to get in.
Yeah, that was
Reggie, I'm gonna tell you now.
A little better. Try it now.
Reggie trying to get on. Yeah, hey, I was saying that you know, back then we had you had Donald Curry, you had Clint Jackson, Jerome Crawford, all them came out of our gym in Nashville, right? We had a kid by the name who was a little bit older than me, Rodney King. He died in a car accident. So let me tell you something. Rodney King, he used to train with them, but he was a little bit behind them. But then anyway, man, Clint Jackson, man, was a dirty loader. He God rest his soul, but I ain't never had no love for Clint Jackson, man.
Clint Jackson was with Sugar Ray Leonard in them. Clint Jackson was with Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah, he came before. Yeah, he was except I'm just talking about the guy who was at our gym, you know. But he was a dirty, low down, dirty, arrogant son of a gun, man. Couldn't stand that son of a gun. He used to talk bad to his kids, man. And when them dogs, you know, these guys work for the chef department. And then they had those K9s at the gym sometimes, pent up at the, you know, terrifying those kids when we come up to the gym, man. You know, we all in front of projects, man. And Clint used to laugh like it was something funny, man. You know, he wouldn't even call the dogs off, man. He act like he wanted them to bite us or something, man. Man, it's pissed off, and he talk real fucking crazy to us, man. I remember one night, man, we were at the Armory, man, for a fight. You know, it was an amateur night, you know. This young kid, he was older than me, of course, but he was a kid compared to Clint. Clint was a correctional officer. Clint didn't like this dude. And they were fighting, I forget what weight division, but whatever Clint was in. Clint always thought he was Mr. President when he comes to the fight. He don't been in the he's Panamanian champ. Pan Am Games champion, all this old kind of stuff, right? All the banners had his name on, so he thought everything was about him. You know what I'm saying? Man, this kid, his family came to watch him fight that night, right? Now he's a prisoner, but he's, you know, they had a boxing program. You know what I'm saying? Man, he beat the brakes off Clint Jackson. I was so happy, man. Man, I bought me and my homeboy a bag of Doritos. You know, we didn't have a lot of money back in them days. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look here. I was so happy, man. He had some dirty dude up in that ring, man. You know, and you know, it was straight to do to retaliate because he knew he had to go back to do some time. You know what I'm saying? But man, he beat them brakes off Clint. I was so happy, man. I was like, man, I knew he wasn't nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, why they like him? I always felt he wasn't nothing, man. I say he just been lucky a few times in a few fights. He probably was better than I gave him credit for because I probably was hating on him. But the nigga, let me just say that. So, but the fool, man, he just thought it was out, man. You know, he just thought it was out. I had no love for him, man, ever. And I ended up going to work. You know, I think he was decent, but he wasn't all. You know, he wasn't bumpers.
He was decent. You know, he was good. He was the best. He was the best. He was the best. You know, he was strong dude. You know, being strong.
Back in his class, he was bringing it back in his class.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, 156. He was the best dude that they had going at that time.
Yeah. But when he turned pro, it took him a while to turn pro. When he finally turned pro, man, he was a piece of crap. He was nothing.
Yeah.
Man, I used to root against him every fight. Every fight I wanted to see him get the brakes beat off of him. But man, Johnny Bumpers was him and Jerome Coffey. Those two guys were my idols, man. They were very good class acts.
Come on, Kyle. We got people in the background, dog. They waiting, G.
They always treat us with respect, man. Those kids, they always talk to us and kept, you know, talk to us positively, man. I remember one evening, Johnny Bumpers came in the gym, man. And you know how well decorated he was, man. You know, he came in the gym. He had a suit on, right? And we were looking at him because you know we weren't used to. You know, when you had a suit on, it was for a particular reason. It wasn't just to walk around in. I don't know what he had going on that day, but he came in talking. He saw all us taking him. Right? He said, "We were like, you know, somebody asked him where you been. You know, he said, I've been to church. Now I don't know if he had been to church for sure or not. It wasn't on a Sunday." So I don't know if he had been to church or not, but he said, I've been to church. And they said, church? You know, everybody was like, church. And, you know, we think we boxers, you know what I'm saying? But he said, yeah, y'all don't go to church. And, you know, I raised my, I said, yeah, because I had to go to church. That was part of my upbringing, you know. And me and a couple other guys, you know, but The rest of them like, nah, I don't go to church. He said, yeah, you got to go to church. If y'all want to box, he said, if you want to box, you want to be on this team, and you want to be a champion one day, you have to go to church. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
You know, he said it was about, you know what I'm saying? He just, you know, he was just giving us some good positive, you know, jewels, you know, about life and boxing and stuff like that, man. Man, he had our attention, man. You didn't hear not one guy talking amongst, you know, themselves while this guy's speaking to us, man. Everybody, he kept their attention because he was just that dude, man, that we would have gave Clint Jackson that same reverence if he hadn't been such a butthole. But he was always, no one liked him, man. He was always a butthole with us kids, man. So we had no respect for him, man, none whatsoever. I mean, we didn't backtalk him. You know how things were back in those days. We didn't backtalk or talk crazy to him, nothing like that. But we just didn't have no love for him, man. And we all rooted against him every time he fought. But the Johnny Bumpers, Jerome Coffey, and there was a couple other guys, and I can't think of their names though. But them guys, man, they were our idols, man. And when they come in, they had those Olympic gloves, man, had those black gloves with the white at the tip, man.
Yeah.
Hey, they say you want a pair of these, you gotta go through the Olympics, the US trial, you gotta go through the US trial, and then the Olympics. You know, they were spitting that game to us. Man, I'm going to the Olympics, I'm going to the Olympics, you know what I'm saying? Just morale positive through the roof, man. I mean, that was one of the greatest times of my life, man. You know, I thought those guys were gods, man, really. But Johnny was the truth, though, man. He was the truth. Jerome was a darn good amateur himself, man, and he had a decent professional career.
Yeah, he was a boxer. Jerome Coffey was actually an amateur.
Yeah. That's amateur. And I cling to him more because he was from my same part of town, you know. And now Jerome used to try to give me a little game about how to let the ladies. You know what I'm saying? I was probably about I was like 10, 11 years old, right? And he's like, yeah, man, you gotta be nice to these ladies, you know what I'm saying? He'd take me around the office one day because he was giving me a ride to catch up with the rest of the fighters, you know. And he's walking around, you know, flirting with the lady. They flirted back when I was like, oh, okay, all right. You know what I'm saying? So every time we see each other nowadays, which we hadn't seen each other in a few years, we always talking about boxing and whatnot, man. I need to reach out to him, man, see what's up with him. But man, those were true. See, to me, fighters back then were not mama's boys. I think we get too many mama's boys in boxing nowadays. You know, people that, you know, well, I'm gonna tell my mom. You know, we ain't have no punks back then, man. Even the worst fighter back then to me was not a mama's boy. You know what I'm saying? He just wasn't as good as others. But man, not too many mama's boys.
A lot of good.
The way I look at it, Santos. Man, I don't know what it is, man. I think maybe because, you know, I'm a laborer. I just tell folks, like, man, I'm just like dog, like, if you don't want to get this work, like, then, man, don't even come out here, man. You know, people are afraid to get the work. They're just afraid to put down the work. And like, I get it because, you know, I've experienced that too. But I don't know, it's something about when words like that or conversations hit my ears. I'm just like, dog, man, that's that loser talk. Why don't you go ask them how to win then, since y'all don't want to y'all don't want to do nothing around here.
I'm gonna tell you another big part of it. I think these are all my opinions, by the way. Feel free to disagree, but another thing I believe why we don't have, you know, the U.S. used to be so dominant in most divisions from welterweight, from lightweight up. I'm gonna say welterweight up. We used to be so dominant as far as fighters, and we don't see that now as much as we did before. I think a big reason is I think we've lost a lot of great potential fighters to the sports of like basketball, football, and baseball. You know, those sports have always been around, but you know, a fighter could be just as prominent and make as much money, if not more, boxing than football back in the day, and basketball. But now, these folks are giving these guys personal training camps and they're going to training camps and personal trainers and stuff like that, and there's a bunch of money. you know, you got guaranteed money in basketball. Football, you know, you make some pretty decent money as well. So it's a little bit different now. And I think we've lost a lot of athletes to that. A lot of fighters, potential good fighters.
Yeah, and piggy banking off that, like I like what you said, man. There's just too much mama boy shit going on, and and then like that type of flavor can really discourage OGs like yourself, old school guys, old school teachers, because you guys are such used to, hey man, come on over here, let me take you under my wing, and we get it on, and we start building. But nowadays, new school guys like myself, we get turned off easily, and there's just so much other complexities and holes and discrepancies, things like that, to not only that, the short attention span. So it's difficult, and it's on both sides, both parties. But the effort and the desire is on thyself, on oneself. And if you don't want to get the work, then what can we do?
Very much you could do. It's just a different time period, man. The only constant in the universe is change. That's it. Nothing stayed the same. Everything changed. Like boxing in the 1930s was different than it was in the 1960s. Boxing in the 1980s was different than it was in the 1960s. Just how it is. Like, this is where we at now in the sport. Because for one, like me and my son were just talking about this the other day. I was because he was like, "Oh, but why didn't guys have so many fights back then?" I said, "Because the money was different, yo." I said the economy of America was different.
Yeah, they had to fight a lot.
You had to really fight for a living. I said, me and my cousin Frank was talking about this last night, like how sports done changed so much from us being raised as kids in the 70s and 80s to now. Like the average fucking salary in Major League Baseball is $4.3 million. You don't even got to be nice to be a millionaire no more in sports. You just got to be good enough. You understand? That $1 million shit used to be relegated to the stars.
Right.
But you could be average as fuck and be this guy sitting on the benches on a lot of sports now that make over $1 million, yo.
Right.
That's the time we live in.
And we're talking guaranteed money. We're talking baseball and basketball, guaranteed
money. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, I was good at baseball. I be wishing I was young again. I wouldn't even boxed. I would have fucking played baseball. I was good at that shit too. You understand? Them niggas get paid. You can bat 270. You can bat 270, 280. You're gonna be a fucking millionaire in baseball today.
Now I think it was a little bit harder for a brother to get on up through the ranks in baseball back then, though, versus now. Am I wrong about that?
Nah, hell nah. After that barrier was broke, and Robinson, what's his name, got into the game, that shit was over.
I'm talking about money wise though. I'm talking about they were getting in, but they weren't getting to the money as much as easy as some of the other players.
But nobody wasn't really getting paid like they was getting. Having
not
a
like
good
today,
contract back then when it been. Even none of them white on for getting a good contract there was in the high 100,000. But them first real superstar players that were breaking that bank was like black guys, like Reggie Jackson and them, making them fucking $5 million contract. That was a lot of money back then.
You know what? You're right about that. I remember that.
Yeah. That was them. Those guys, those type of dudes was breaking that. But even them white guys, they wasn't really making like $1 million contract, but it's been like close to it.
Well, I think the pitchers are the first one to start. I thought the pitchers were
like $800,000 contract. You gotta remember, the money was the economy wasn't as bad. Stuff was cheaper back then. So the equivalent to making that kind of contract would have been like how inflation made when we get $1 million today. You understand what I'm saying? So you got
$1 million today, about 50, about 100,000 a season now.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why you have to, with all the sports like that, ration out that the cost of living was so much cheaper. The economy was different. You didn't have inflation and all that shit.
The taxes and all these other fees are greater now too.
Yeah, so you be millionaire. So to be actual, you making a couple of $100,000. Like you take somebody as great as Joe Louis or somebody like as great as he was. He ain't never made no $1 million in no fight.
No.
But he didn't need to though, because the
Well,
money he
you
was
know,
making was equivalent to that shit. It was
well,
equivalent
you know, he
though.
was
Can't
giving up.
do it.
He was only keeping 10% of his person's
Yeah.
for most of his most of his fights.
Nah, he kept more than
I
that
think
shit. He had to give up. Nah, he kept more than that. He
he had
had
to
to
get up
give up.
like
He was
didn't
giving up
he?
10%.
Braddock, huh? He had to give up how much?
Braddock was getting percentage. He was getting like 10% of all his fights and shit.
Yeah,
at
what
that
percentage
point
was he
in that
giving up?
contract. He was giving up like about
Yeah, how much
10
percentage
to
was it?
20%. About 10 to 20%, like
Yep.
some shit like that, for the first couple of his
Yeah,
fights.
that's for
Like
the
when he
rest of
early in his
rest of his fights, right?
earlier his championship career and shit like that early on. But you know, the money
Now
was different. So that all that factors in to how the sport is now. Like,
yeah,
you know, so guys don't have to let's look at somebody like Marvin Hagler. Now, by the time Marvin Hagler got really famous, Marvin Hagler had already over close to 60 fucking fights.
Yeah.
You understand? He was had over well over 50 when he got his first title shot. He had well over 50 fights then.
Yeah.
Like if I remember correctly, I think Marvin when he fought Vito, if I remember correctly, he was like, I think he was 47-2 at that time. And won. He was 47 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. He had 50 fights when he got his title shot.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? And he went and he ain't getting no million for that shit either, because they fought on the undercard of Sugar Ray Leonard versus Wilfred Benitez. Now that fight was over $1 million fight, because they was the first welterweights. They was the first welterweight to get $1 million and more in a fight, which was Sugar Ray Leonard and Wilfred Benitez.
He ran the value up in the welterweight division.
And that fight with Hagler and Antifermo was on that undercard. You understand? So they was getting in the hundreds of thousands for that fight, him and Vito. So that all plays to the fight. You got look at somebody like the Charlo brothers. For this era, boys is decent fighters for this era, but they already made more money than Marvin Hagler made at the same point in his career.
Mm-hmm. Probably all of his career.
Marvin Hagler didn't get to that $1 million shit until later in his career, after he got that second title shot and won. And then, you know, he kept being so successful. And then once Sugar Ray Leonard retired, he became the number one fighter.
Yeah, that's when it really came.
So it's different. Like the motivation is really a lot different monetarily, for one. You know,
most fighters didn't have control.
So big.
Yeah, and most fighters didn't have control of the business side of things either back then. You had exceptions with the Sugar Ray Robinson, Sugar Ray Leonard. Those fighters, you know, they control. They had a lot of control of what their person, you know, the business side of their career. But there weren't many fighters out there like that back then. Yeah. And so you know, it's different.
Like I said, it's a lot different. It's a lot different, man. It's a lot different, because you got to remember, up until probably like the late 60s, maybe early 70s, the mob had a big influence and control in a lot of the sport of boxing, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's so much different now. So this is why these fights are so hard to make, because you can have guys, they're not forced to fight each other, because you could make so much money without having to take those risks. Now, it's really that simple. They don't have to take the risk as much. And because there's so much money on the upper end of the sport now, the other people that got in here, like these promotional companies and stuff that's making this money, they're scared to risk their cash cow. You know?
Hey, let me ask a question real quick. Did Cal open the shop up just to lay down, or what? Cause he ain't done no work tonight, for I know.
Never does. I just texted this guy, and I'm just like, dog, how the fuck you open up and then just dips at?
They got people want to get on, man. And I don't think I don't remember your boy putting the show on tonight. Fred.
Yeah, I don't think he just put up I think Fred put up. I saw a quick video pop up on my
I saw
feed
that.
that he put up,
Yeah,
but he didn't. But he didn't know.
Yeah,
So I didn't look at the video. I just saw it come on my feed. But I don't know if he did a full show. But yeah, so that's really what it is. That's why these guys don't have that hunger necessarily per se. To fight the same way that it would have been back then, because back then them guys had
they had to fight to prove
to make that kind of money.
And to put to get some money, you had to fight.
Yeah, to get that kind of
real money.
And because you had to get that money, that money was going to be connected to you being the best back then.
Right.
You don't have to be necessarily the best to get money right now. Like you just got to be. Just
let me ask you, was it Ali? They had to give up 90% of his purse to his handlers or something. The first handlers he had out of Louisville.
Oh no, yeah. Well, they were taking a lot of his money. That he had the Louisville group. They had a bunch of white backers who funded the first part of his career when he first turned pro. They gave him a little salary and shit, and he gave up a lot of it. I know it's about 60 to probably 60 to 80% or something like that. In between.
I thought it was like 10. I think that's where I got the. I thought it was like 90%. I think that's where I got the thing confused with Joe Louis. I knew Joe Louis had to give up his purse, a good percentage of his purse for I think fought Braddock and for the rest of his career, but I had the percentage wrong. But I think Ali, some close to 90 or something like that, man.
60,
give up a lot of money.
Between 60 to 80%. Yeah, it was like between 60 to 80. It was high, some shit. It was something high like that. They gave him a little salary. Gave him a little salary. But when he got in the Nation of Islam, he left them and and they was getting mad money from him too.
Yeah, they were.
He got a lot of money from him too. But that's really what it is, man. When it come to these guys fighting and shit, the way that it's just the way that everything is set up now. It's just the way, because with the economy and everything and the way that it's set up, like I said, you don't necessarily have to take those kind of risks to really make a name for yourself, to be the top draw, to get that money.
I'm gonna tell you something too, though. When you look at these, some of the more elite fighters that we see of today here in the United States, their fathers are behind them, in some aspect of their career, if not throughout their career.
Yeah.
And because the ones that come up in the mama's household, when she, single parent or the dominant person in the household, it's got that little mama's boy syndrome going a lot of times, man. And let me tell you, perfect example. It's not boxing, but it's a perfect example of, like, when my son was a kid, I always wanted my son to play football, but his mama, my son my son never got a chance to play football. My son had a lot of speed and agility, and he had good hands. And, we weren't married, and, I went away to prison for a few years, and then I come back. I didn't have as much control over that situation as I wanted or needed. And that was a perfect example. My son never got to do that sport because she wanted to baby him up. My son ain't never been no 65 boy. I made sure of that. Matter of fact, my son had more nuts than I realized, and some of the stuff he told me he been through, I ain't never been through. But, he told me after he became an adult, you know what I'm saying? When he was working for me a few years ago. And but at the same time, this past holiday, I was hanging out with them and my grandkids, trying to get that, that time in. And man, I played Uno with my grandkids, right? Now I haven't played Uno in forever. But I beat the brakes off my grandkids. By 12 games, I won by 7. And I ain't cut them no slack. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't like that participation trophy type bull crap. You know what I'm saying? And see, I did my son the same way when he was coming up. I didn't cut him no slack. I paid him the same way. You had to earn it. You know what I'm saying? And as he got better, he was earning it. You know what I'm saying? My son does he do the kids the same way. because he learned that from me. And you know, the next time we played, we all played together. You know, big unit. You know, the grandmother, the granddad, and the son, and you know, the dad and of the kids and the grandkids. But the thing is, man, my grandson, he don't want to be pacified. He wants to earn it. But she still, why you doing that? Why you doing that? Well, I said, let him win. Shoot, they trying to beat me. Him and his son, they were conspiring against me. I loved it though. You know what I'm saying? We had a great time. But you know the thing is, the kids don't want to be pacified like that. She don't understand that she's one of them type mothers, man. They want to pacify and baby up the boys, girls, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Leave that bullcrap alone. Let these kids be kids. They got to learn how to survive in this world. And you can't really learn full survival mode if you're always being, you know, pacified and saying, no matter what you do, that's a good job. You know, bump the bullcrap. Shoot, tell it like a TI is. You know, get these kids the real, man. And I think, you know, attitude from women like that who, and she's too controlling of the situation. I'm still working on all that. You know what I'm saying? She's too controlling of those kids' situations, dealing with their daddy and me. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, we don't need to baby these kids up because they get out there, man, face reality without the parent being around or whoever trying to be the savior, and how they gonna float. They're gonna have to learn the hard way, you know. They're gonna have to lose some battles in order to learn how to win sometimes. So, you know, I think that kind of attitude from some mothers have caused us in the dynamics of the family, with the father not being present. It's been a big reason why we have lost a lot of potential great fighters, and then some of the fighters not having heart, you know, to you know, have nuts enough to go in there and say, hey, I'm here, I'm a real fighter. You know what I'm saying? And you know, now we gotta lose to the Europeans and all that. See, them Europeans, they still going through some struggle. So by the time they come over here and fight our guys, or wherever they fight our guys at, shoot, they with them, they bring that smoke, man. They with everything that comes with all that. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, whole lot of.
I agree.
It's just so much has changed. So much has changed. Like,
yeah, man.
The world is a different place, man. Me and my lady was talking about this shit tonight, like how she showed me something. She showed me this video, but it was these. Because after I first glanced at her phone, she was looking at it because she was like real quiet and just like stuck. So I glanced over and I saw this couple. It was a couple like hugged up, walking and shit. And then I did a double take and I look and I noticed in the couple, one of them had they had like a beard. One was dark skin. And I said, yo, what is that, two men? She's like, yeah, it's two guys. I was like, and the shit fucked me up because I was like, wow.
Yeah, that
and like I said, you know, me and her both old enough to remember when, you know, when that didn't happen. I was when that shit didn't exist. Like, you know, you couldn't have gay couples getting married and so on and so forth. It's not me being anti none of that shit. I'm just saying how the world was that I grew up in.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, even the gays wanted to keep behind closed doors. They didn't want to be. They didn't.
Yeah, but it wasn't out in the public like that. Like. It wasn't illegal like that. It wasn't legal. Like now, literally, they can get married and just like a regular so-called heterosexual couple. But I was explaining
benefits and everything.
And this is what I was telling her. This is how the world has been. I say nothing new under the sun. I said this is how the world has been. Like when it comes to laws and shit with man, they be making up shit and changing things. I said if you go back in history, it's a constant thing, and we have been discussing something a couple of days ago about it. And when I saw that, I brought that up. I said, this is what I'm talking about. I said, now, me and you was born before this shit was the law. So we know how life was prior to this. I said, but you got kids that was born since they changed that law. This is what they was born into.
This is common to them, yeah.
50 years from 30 years from now, it's going to be like people like us who was born prior to that shit. It's going to almost be like for that group of generation of people that's around for them it's going to be, that's the only way that they're going, like it's always been like that. So when they hear people who was old enough to say it was not like that back then, it's going to be hard for them to believe that shit. That it was never like that. It's going to be hard for them to believe that shit.
I like that.
That's how it is with like, that's how it is. And I was trying to explain, this was something I was explaining to about some of religious stuff. Like I said, a lot of the stuff that you see people believing now, the shit wasn't always like that. I said the powers that be influence things with their
You guys hear that static there?
Yeah, I heard that. Where's that coming from?
Yeah. Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, where is that coming from? Centro, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Is that you?
I muted my.
Is that you? Yeah, that's Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Whoever jumped off, y'all hop back on.
Yeah, Kyle, come on, man. Hang on, BPJs. Hang on, Kyle, where you been, man? Damn. We had like 4 people on this bitch who want to hop on.
Yep. So that's how that is, man. I said, so this all good. Like I was telling her, I was telling her friends, like this what it boils down to. I said a lot of the things that's how we're always in the political structure or the people in power influence things, and then things become the norm.
Yeah,
but it wasn't always like that. It wasn't.
Let me ask you something, B. Let me ask you something, B. Like no wrong answers here. Like, how would you help that? Like everything you just said, like how you were trying to explain to your better half and to your family, and maybe if they asked you, or not even just everything that you said, like how do you see fixing that, or what's the road to recovery?
Woo, shit, man.
It might be too far.
No wrong answers. No wrong answers. Just trying to pick your brain, sir.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah. Honestly.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Personally, like you saying, trying to fix it, like you talk, that's a societal thing like that. Like to try to do that here in this country, like, yo, I wouldn't know where to. Honestly speaking, I wouldn't even know where to really begin. Like in this country, particularly under the structure we living in now. Like I would have to, the whole American structure would have to change in order to fix that shit.
Absolutely.
Because you got to make. Matter of fact, don't let me say. I'm not even going to say fix it. I would say to change it, because somebody could get offended by me saying to fix it. You understand? In this world, by me saying fix it, somebody could take that as an offense, because they might feel like for people who live in that way, in that lifestyle, they were like, ain't nothing wrong with me. Ain't nothing wrong with me to fix.
Yeah.
So the most I would say, like you heard me say earlier, the only constant in the universe is change. So what I could do, I would change some things, but I wouldn't necessarily use the word fix, because people get offended. Everybody get offended by things nowadays. Like me and my cousin was laughing and talking the other night. Like I said, you realize we can't, the things we used to say when we was young, like, oh, you faggot ass. I said, you can get in trouble for that shit now if you say that around the wrong person.
Yeah.
I said, when we was teenagers, shit. Like I said, we was kids, shit, like, yo, faggot ass nigga, you a faggot ass. I said, you gotta be careful. You can't say that shit everywhere no more.
Right.
You say that shit around the wrong people.
That's true, man. Because you know what, me and my homies, man. Me and a select few of my homies, man. We used to pick with each other. We see each other do something a little timid, and it's out of the ordinary. Man, that was a little gay right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But remember that the gay dudes back in the day didn't act like the ones like right now. Because back then you had James Baldwin, you had a bunch of dudes that was gay, that was real fucking masculine, that you didn't know that they was gay like that. Like you kind of knew, but they wasn't like super gay like that. They ain't like the way that they going there out. They real flamboyant.
Nah, but you know why?
No, B.
No, it was the society. They couldn't be like that. That's why. They didn't have the freedom to be like that. So they had to live under that. They had to live under that cloud. Like I say, one of my mentors was the late great former middleweight, the first world true junior middleweight champion and middleweight champion, Emil Griffin. Now, Emil Griffin was gay, but he couldn't live like he couldn't. They even fostered a fake marriage for him during his career. You understand? And Emil Griffin killed a man in the ring. You understand what I'm saying? But he was gay, but he couldn't live that lifestyle like outwardly, like as that like by the time the end of his life came, he was fully out. He was fully out.
Oh my God! You just made me think about something, Peter.
Right.
I could, maybe I was dreaming, but I could have swore I saw something on YouTube the other day talking about a promoter who was going to start promoting transgender boxers.
Oh, man, no comment. Yeah.
Boxers.
No, that was
I didn't see
Mauricio's. That was Mauricio's faggot ass. That's what that was. That was real.
Oh,
that was real.
Oh.
But I was gonna say,
so-
nothing's changed. It's just accepted. That's all.
Yeah, so
Well, it's
what I'm
a
saying
bigger,
is
it's
this,
an
when it
attack
comes
on.
to that,
But see, it's an attack on heterosexual black men. There's a straight up attack
Well-
on heterosexual black men.
I think
Like,
I
if you
think
look at
heterosexual men.
black men right now,
Yeah.
no, if you look at black men on TV on those commercials and shit, like it's accepted for them to be gay black men there. Like if you get a heterosexual black man on there, he has to be in an interracial relationship for whatever reason.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
a straight attack on him, and he
It's
can't be
definitely
very, he can't be very,
Again,
definitely an
confident.
agenda. There is an
He
agenda.
can't
There
be
is an
confident
agenda.
at all.
I would say
again,
definitely there's an agenda. But if y'all could have saw these two brothers, man, it would have been y'all have been mind blown to see these two brothers, man. Like it was just bugging me out, like to see them like that, like
Yeah,
both
I
of
know
them.
what you're talking
no,
about.
that's
It
just
was like
faggot
it
shit.
was like
Again,
these should have been two men. Like these brothers should have been able to. You would think in a normal sense to make some woman nice husbands, both of them, you know. And I was like just sitting there looking at, like wow, okay, this is how they going now, man. And so one thing I could say is like, as far as that, in order for that to be not being that way, or that you would literally have to change this whole society, would have to be destroyed and started all over again. You understand what I'm saying? Like you couldn't just be like, because to try to attack that shit now, like it's literally going to be a fucking war, a societal war.
Again, right. So I'm sorry, confused. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
No,
Again,
go ahead,
I'm
go ahead.
just. Again, I just like for, nothing's changed. It's just accepted. Like interracial marriage, like frankly, man, like that's been
How do you
going
feel
on
about
forever. It's just no. I'm this. Well, yeah,
How
I'm
do you
going
feel
on.
about
I'm going on to talk about it right now, though. Yeah, like again, that stuff's
Okay,
been
go ahead.
going on since forever. It's just accepted now. And if you think about it, really think about it, gentlemen, it's a real small percentage. How do I know that? I'm looking at you gentlemen, I'm talking to you gentlemen. I'm going out, and when I see other black people, there are a lot of black people within black people. So just using us for the example, I'm just saying this, whether we think it's foolish, crazy, gay, whatever term there, it's just more accepted, man. The word I would use is, ungodly, but yeah,
It's everything. It's everything that you're saying, but it's also strategized to where that community decided that they were going to fix it. Whereas, except everything that we're seeing now, they decided years ago they were going to make it that way. So what they did is they had certain people in that community to do what they need to do to get in certain key positions to make change for them, so they can make these things happen. Now they're everywhere, in every key position you can think of in this country, in this world. If you guys remember, there was a movie that Sean Penn starred in called Milk. If any of you guys remember that movie, if you saw it, that was a perfect example of how this thing got to where it is today.
And mute yourself, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, we can hear you riding dirty. We can hear him riding dirty.
Yeah, bro.
So you know, it's just a crying shame the way it is right now. But I know my man Pittsburgh said it, you know, to hurt, you know, to slight the heterosexual black man. But I think when it comes down to homosexuality, I think it has to do. I think they're trying to demean any heterosexual man, no matter what race, creed, color he is. But as far as like to try to make slight of the position of the black heterosexual black man, father, husband in this country, they do a whole lot of other things. Like they do a lot of biracial commercials, which I ain't having as much problem with the biracial commercials. You know, from that sense, because I mean it is part of reality as well. But I'd rather see that than to see too many. You know, let me tell you something. I was in the car business for years. One of the craziest situations I had. Now, I've sold a lot of gay guys and gay women vehicles. I have, and I have no problem. That usually their money is pretty good, you know. But this thing was kind of disturbing to me. My management crew didn't even want to allow me to do the deal. It was so bad, but I wanted to do the deal because I wanted to get paid. But at the same time, I understood where they would come from. This gay guy, he had his partner, his husband rather, to come in. After me and him had spent a few minutes together, me showing him the car and all that. He came in. They had a son and a daughter. A son and a daughter. And I think the guy I had was more of the feminine one of the two. And he's concerned with the little girl's hair and all that, you know. But man, it was just, that was my first and only experience dealing with the family dynamics of gay people, you know, in that setting. And it was amazing to me. I was like, my God, you know, just like Public Enemy said, what is this world coming to? You know, it's just something, man. But hey, that's what it was, man. Needless to say, I didn't get to sell them the vehicle because my management team made it very difficult to make sure that deal didn't happen. They did everything they could to deter those guys from doing that process.
Wow.
But what it did, it cost me money, and I was pissed off about it because it ain't right.
As you should have been. As you should have
Yeah,
been.
I was. I was
Yeah,
pissed,
you
man.
paid.
Yeah, I'm wasting my time, you know. So
you know it's crazy when it comes to that, like with that whole situation, like when I can speak on this shit because have you heard me as I explained to y'all for those that's been on the show for long enough, like you know before I told you my oldest brother was fucking gay. That's my mother's first child from her first husband. We don't got the same fault, right? But now, to me, even when I was a little boy, I could tell he was not like me. Like he was like a girl to me.
Yeah.
Even though he was older than me. Because he's about 10 years older than me. 11 years, 10, 11 years older than me. But I always saw some sweet shit with him, some feminine shit with him. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and I noticed that when I was a little boy. I was a little boy, and I noticed that shit. That shit was in him. Before I fully knew what gay and shit was. I was like, he like a girl. You understand what I'm saying? Like some of his movements and some of the shit he used to say and do, like his behavior and shit. He was like my fucking sister, like a girl. Like, and I peeped that shit when I was young. Before I really fully knew what that shit was, I just knew he had some girly traits. I would have said girly traits and shit.
Stuff from 12. Stay up.
Yeah, and but you know the crazy shit about it is like I just come to, as I got older and started getting knowledge of self and studying different shit, you know, I just come to see like it's just I just accept it as it's just a part of the world we exist in. Like this shit been around.
Yeah, it's been around since the beginning of time.
Yeah, whatever anomaly that shit is, like it's been around. Like when I practice, we ever said all things exist within the all. The all is absolute. So all shit exists within here. Like everything that exists in this motherfucker is a part of the all expanding. Everything. Like And like when I seen that shit, now from what I understand, what I know of his father was like a playboy type nigga. Because in my mother's high school book, that nigga won like the best looking dude and all that shit. I seen that shit in her old high school book. He was like
Pretty Rick is what they call him. Pretty Rick is what they call him.
I was gonna say pretty
she
boy.
told me,
okay?
and she told
Man.
me, and she told like he, you know, he had a lot of girls. That's why she divorced that nigga. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so, and it was so I'm wondering, like, how did he end up like that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it used to make me wonder, like if his father was that type of man, how did he end up?
He ended up that way. Yeah.
Now check this shit though. But one thing I will say about them gay motherfuckers, now he and we didn't get along. We didn't get along because of that shit. Because by the time I got like my teenage years, I'm a masculine dude. I'm an athlete and shit. I'm playing sports. I'm a more masculine dude. And I wasn't with that sweet shit, you know. So we was clashing a lot. But my brother was one of them intellectually smart motherfuckers. My brother, that motherfucker had an associate's, a bachelor's, a double master, and a double master's degree.
Yeah.
He died. Yeah, I say he had because he died. He died from that 9/11 shit because he was the head of the
no way
the social.
Wow.
Yeah, he was a part of that. He was the head, one of the supervisors at the social, either the social security or the social services here in Manhattan, in New York City.
Like for one of the towers.
Yeah, but he worked at it was right near it. So when that shit went down, his job because they worked with that social service shit. He went back, but he wasn't in the building, but they was close. So when that happened, because of his job, he went right back to work quick. And that area was fucked up. He caught lymphoma.
Oh man.
He did the chemo and shit. And it left. He got the chemo and it went away. His shit was all swollen up. It went away. But then that shit went to his stomach and it did him in.
Wow.
That's the story of my oldest stepson. My ex-wife had 3 boys. The oldest was he's part of the gay community.
Yeah, I remember you.
Same thing happened to him, man. But I'm gonna tell you something, man. I learned a lot from that kid, man. A lot about the gay community from him and his best friend, and had all due respect for them.
What did you learn?
Because of him, and I was able to deal with people like that more because they the experience I had with them, and they were like my gaydars. They let me know about a whole lot of people living that lifestyle that we didn't know about, and they told me about a website back then that a lot of them used to go to it was like for that community. And but anyway, one thing I loved about that kid is that he well respect. He was. I tell everybody this all the time. He's the best son that my ex-wife had because of how he respected and loved his mother and how he showed it. The other 2 boys, they're not even. They men by gender, and the fact that they're heterosexual. But they weren't responsible. Especially, they living in my house up until last year. Not last year, but 2021.
Oh, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you had to explain that. Yeah, you had to explain that.
So, this kid, the gay kid that died, he never wanted to live under our roof like that. He always wanted to do his own thing. And he always tried to take care of himself. But when he got really sick, I made him come to the house and live with us. Because when I married his mother, their mother, they became part of my responsibility as a man. I had to love them as well as I loved her. So I made him come home, and I took care of him. I made sure he was all right. You know what I'm saying? I remember the first time I had to pick him up from work. That was the first time I was in the car with him one-on-one. I didn't know how I was gonna feel about that, but you know what? I let take control. I let the real man, the real father in me take control. And I didn't once I got in the car, I didn't have no problem with it. You know what I'm saying? But that was the first time I ever had a person who I knew was gay in the car with me one on one, and I was worried about what people thought. Man, by the time I picked him up a couple times. I didn't have no problem because I said, man, you got to grow out of that bull crap. You know what I'm saying? Now he didn't dress like no woman, but you can when you look at him, he was James Baldwin type. You know what I'm saying? You can look at him and tell he was gay.
That's how my brother was.
But he didn't dress like him.
Because he's educated. He dressed
right.
suits and like he didn't dress, like the only time I used to notice. I'm gonna tell you the only time he kind of showed some shit like, because I remember like when his friends would come by, like his homeboy, like, but I guess I don't honestly speaking, like I don't know if they was his girl, his fucking boyfriend, or when his friends come by, then I could see certain shit like. But I remember one time, but my brother used to be into a bunch of shit because of the type of people he hung around. Like he knew fucking Don King's son, because Don King's son, Carl King. He liked that because he was cool with him. Don King's son, the promoter. Remember his son Carl King? I used to work with him. He used Carl King as his man. He had his son Carl King as a manager for a lot of his Don King fighters. Because Don King managed a lot of fighters, but he couldn't manage them publicly because he was a promoter. So it's a conflict of interest. So when he started King Promotions, he had his stepson Carl King would be some of his fighters' manager. Like Carl King was like Michael Doak's manager.
Gotcha.
You understand? So my brother used to hang out with him. So I knew if he ran in that crowd, I already knew what time it was. You understand? They would hang out. They would be jet setting. He'd be going all over the country and shit like that, hanging out with them, doing different like jet setting and shit, going to different events. And then one time, he was, I guess, at one of these events, they got slipped at Mickey. He got slipped with some angel dust and shit. And the shit bugged him out. And
you sound like Charlie Murphy, man, but just boxing flavor.
it just bugged him out, son. He was at this party and then he was like wild and like nigga had like split personalities or some shit. But that's the most I had ever seen any straight out that feminine shit come out of him. It's like other characters and shit like that would come out of him. So my mom's had to put him away into some mental shit, some shit that get him right. And she put him in there for a while and shit. Then
what's up with that? Like when women always like, their feminine energy just like lacks on to a gay man, and they're just like, oh, leave him alone.
Yeah, well, I think it's two things. I think it's two things with that. One, they feminine. They like it's like reacting to another female, and two, especially if it's their child, it's just that mother thing too.
Yeah, that
so
protection.
I think it's both.
Yeah,
because if it's his mom's, if that's her child, it's that. You understand? And he loved my mom's. Like he worshipped the ground my mother walked on. Like, and my brother made good. When my brother got his shit together, like when he went back to college, he had good jobs. Like a lot of them gay motherfuckers be having them high paying jobs. My brother was one of them motherfuckers.
Yeah, I noticed that.
He would buy my mother extravagant stuff.
Yeah,
he would buy my mother extravagantly expensive shit like that. Like he always dressed real, not like he dressed real. He's the one I started learning about like that high. My brother was the first person I ever saw with a Louis Vuitton bag. You understand? And he had that shit like in the late 80s, early 90s, late 80s. He was the first person I seen with that shit. Not a girl. Him. That type of stuff. Because that's a lot of them, they into fashion and shit like that. He was that. Like he was that type of dude, but not like our hood fashion, like how we would think shit is dudes. What they would call
now, was he like metrosexual or was he full on homosexual?
Nah, he was fucking gay. That nigga was straight up.
Gotcha.
Like I said, he was like Baldwin, like he gonna dress in suits, cause he killed those kind of jobs. Like he gonna dress in suits, nice shoes, like he gonna wear like upper end shit, like Prada, stuff like that. You know,
Yeah, but that's
the
what I
Louis
was saying
Vuitton.
earlier, though. But that's what I was
He had
saying
it, like I
earlier.
said, he's well educated. He had well educated, but he didn't dress like he wasn't like that flamboyant gay shit. But you could tell, like for me, I could tell
No,
that shit.
I think
But like
you
I
just.
said, later
I think
on,
you
he was
just.
more conservative, but he was more conservative, like, but like he wore suits and dress clothes. He wore dress clothes, but like
Yeah.
that higher end shit, like that kind of
But
stuff.
that's what I was saying earlier, Best Useless. It's more, to me, it's more about the men just being overall just being weaker. It ain't necessarily about gay, it's about men just being weaker. And these younger men, they make a lot of fucking excuses for a lot of shit that they can do. They just make a lot of excuses. Like if you ain't got money and you work 40 hours a week, why the fuck you only working one job? Like you don't have to have a degree to know that you ain't got enough money and you sitting at home, get your ass another job. Like that type of shit used to be automatic for men back in the day, gay, straight or otherwise. Because you had a lot of gay men that was in the military, you had a lot of gay men that was going to prison, and nobody fucked with them. And then people knew. They kind of knew, but they didn't know. But them was the wrong dudes to run up on. Like you run up on a gay dude, you about to get your ass whooped. Because them dudes used to fight all the goddamn time. And you wouldn't know that until you try to run up on one of them motherfuckers. That's just all the way wrong. But these men nowadays, they just make a lot of excuses. They make a lot of excuses, and then they give these women, and then the women, because the man has the lack of making a decision, somebody got to make a decision. So now the woman becomes super masculine. They go home, a woman tell them what to do. They go to work, somebody tell them what to do. So that at no point are you controlling any situation. So it's just the weakness to me that goes on. That's more irritating than any of that other shit to me personally.
Nah, that's a fact. Cause I knew some gay dudes from my hood. Them niggas was fighters, man. It was just one name we used to call him Faggot Richard. Faggot Richard was a fighter, kid. He would get it in. That motherfucker, Faggot Richard wasn't no joke, kid. And he used to say that shit. I remember he used to say, yeah, I might be gay. He said, but I'm still a fucking man. That was his favorite line. That was his favorite line. He got the rugged ass face. You can see the wars. You can see the wars he'd been through in his face and shit. But he rode with that gay crew, and he was like, "Fuck that." Yeah, he said, "Yeah, I'm gay. I like men, but I'm still
a man too." He said, "I'm still a man."
Fight too.
Still a man, baby.
Too. He might get. He might catch a couple of blows, but he would go for his though. He would
That's word, man.
That's like that. But I don't know, man. I don't mean, like I said, when it comes to that, I don't know what nature working with, how that shit work. I don't know, man. Because like I said, I didn't understand it. Because when I learned about his pop, my brother's pop, how did he end up that way? You know what I'm saying? Like, how did he, like, is that shit born in him? Or, like, I don't know. Like, him and my mom's got divorced. Him and my mother and his father got divorced type early, because my mom was a teenage bride. They got married like she was like 17 or 18 or some shit. And by the time she was like 21 or 22, they were divorced. So they wasn't married. They wasn't married long like that. You know, she got away from him type early. And then, like, I don't know how that shit affected him for him to be like that. You know? But then again, my sister was just a regular female girl. You know? She was just like a regular girl. Like, that shit didn't affect her. So I'm like, how did it affect him? It didn't affect her. You know? So I don't know. I don't know what the situation is with that shit, man.
Right. You know, my take on all this is, you know, fuck, man. I am not trying to get involved with any of that. You know, no beef, nothing personal. With gay people in the gay community, like I don't care that that's what they want to do. Why? Because I can't control that, nor am I interested in trying to control them, man. You know, I can say my piece and just keep moving forward. And that looks like a lot of different things. That's very hard, very difficult, just like any other you guys' lives. You know, there's just life goes on with a lot, you know, good, bad, and ugly. So, and then as far as homosexuality, also, like, look, man, that shit has been around. I keep saying this. That shit has been around before this conversation was even thought of and put into existence. So, And it's been met with resistance as well. And again, it's just more that stuff is just accepted today, and we all have like something to add to that, like how we feel about it and what we think, and our gripes with it and things like that. But fuck, man, shit, just keep it keep it pushing, man. Keep it pushing. Fucking like that flamboyant shit. Yeah, that shit is whack. That shit is way whack. Like nothing I hate more than like a dude acting like a bitch. You're like, dog, what are you doing, son? Like I don't even care if you're a weak ass dude, but like you can't be acting like a woman. G, come on, man. Like that shit disgusts me. What the fuck? Come on, man.
But my personal, I don't mean to cut you, bro, but let me just throw this in group. My personal biggest gripe with that, because personally, ultimately, people gonna do what they do behind their closed doors. That's your business. I don't give a fuck. I ain't with you. You do what the fuck you want to do. That's my personal thing. But my biggest gripe when it comes to that way of life, as it relates to our group, I feel like the position that we're in as a group. If you notice, like you see what I said about my brother was a very, I ain't gonna lie, that part I can't deny. We had our differences, but I can't deny the motherfucker was a smart man, like, and intelligently, like I said, he had all those degrees and shit. He went to school, got them shits, and did that shit, and he was smart, like I said, like in terms of his intellect, his IQ and shit like that. He good with the book, they good in that. And when I feel like the problem I have with that way of life is that I feel like the condition that the so-called black man here in America exists under, that we need every good mind possible to combat that shit, and don't bring that other element in as another thing for us to have to deal with. And then a problem that happens is when you have gay men, for instance, or women, either or, they tend to not produce children who could produce intelligence. You pass on intelligence just like you pass on your looks and shit. You understand? So I feel like that's another way that they work against us, because you're not going to get those intelligent minds that's going to work in behalf of trying to liberate our people. And that's the problem I have with that.
I was getting to that in real fast, Pittsburgh, real fast, and I'll hand it off to you.
Mm-hmm.
I was getting to that. Here's the thing, man. Everyone's not gonna make it, man, and no disrespect to your brother, he's with the Father now, and to again the homosexual community, like, no beef, bro. No beef. Like, no beef. I may have some differences and some things that I disagree with totally. That I would, oh my gosh, I think it's abominable. Whatever. But this may sound really odd, but like, that's men for you, and men can compartmentalize pretty well to where you can get things done, whether he's gay or not. It just depends if not you personally, but if people want to get it done, man. And you can insert in the blank whatever you want to put there to stop whatever you're trying to accomplish, man. Because ultimately, like, that's kind of what I mean when I was saying earlier. I was like, man, and also I just heard Pittsburgh say this, where, like, people are so weak and want to make excuses and frankly don't want to get the work, whatever it is that you got to get done, man. I'd be lying to you if I say I'm not a part of that crowd, because there's some days I wake up that I don't want to fuck around and do some shit, but like, that's the crux of it. That's what you got to do. You got to, what does that look like in terms of positivity that I could probably spread really fast here? That looks like practicing doing the right thing. I'm a man. I'm a black man. I'm a black man in the United States of America. And me personally, I want a family. So I need to take care of X, Y, and Z first. Meet old girl. Secondly, still be on my shit, be on my purpose, get that shit done, plan a family, go accordingly, and be the leader, be the spiritual, and get shit done, man. You know, and it's gonna be good, it's gonna be bad, and it's gonna be ugly. But I must endure to the end and stick with my plan and look back and be blessed of all the years that I've been on this earth, and be proud of that and be happy. And that's what I look forward to. And then also, you know, just, you know, life, because again, you don't want to, what am I saying real fast? Just fucking, we can all get along, man. It's just up to if you want to do it. You know what I'm saying? Pittsburgh, you must be like in the boonies, man. Like we can hear you, but you're like not talking. Or it's just rough there, mate. Dang.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, when it comes to that, that's a real ill thing, man, in a society. I just be trying to be, you know, for my boys, just be an example of what I am, the man that I am, you know. Give them the best example of that I can be, you know, for myself. And
fuck, man. In Pittsburgh, man. Maybe turn your Wi-Fi on or off.
He must be in the yeah, because he must be in a bad spot, because he like it's like really like
riding dirty.
I never heard this shit that bad.
Shit. Yeah. Fuck around with that Wi-Fi, G. Something. Or get on that 5G. Or go back out and come back in, because Kyle just put the link back in there.
In there, yeah.
So maybe come back in.
That's just the way the society is, man. Nowadays, you know.
What's up? Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Yeah, you sound better now. Yeah, you sound a little better.
Yeah, but what I was gonna say is that everybody don't need to have no damn kids, man. Just because they black don't mean they need to have kids. A lot of these dudes,
I agree with that.
I just be harping on these dudes being weak, because I come in contact with a lot of fucking dudes, man. And like, hey man, I was bumping into people in reality. And some of these dudes, man, they are fucked up, man. I mean, it's not even comical like where these dudes are. And they start getting to the bushes of what the man did and all that. No, dude, you did a lot of fucked up shit, man. Your credit fucked up because you went and bought a bunch of shit that you didn't have no business doing, and then you didn't pay for it. That's your fucking fault. You got a bunch of kids, and now you crying about child support. Like, nah, man, it's a lot of shit that we do that's like self-sabotage, and some people do it when they're younger, and then they get older and they take accountability of it, and they straighten their life out. Ain't nothing like a 50-year-old man that don't own shit. You know what I mean? You don't own nothing because somebody after you, child support, the tax man, something. You got somebody chasing your ass. That's a fucked up state, and there's a lot of people that look like us that are 50-something years old. They got a whole like 2-3 generations under them. They got their kids, plus they got the grandkids. They got 2 generations under them, and they leave nothing. No kind of legacy. They got no wisdom to leave. They weren't there. They run shit. Like, man, bro, this shit is fucking bad, man. This shit is bad out here, man. And the worst part about it, I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna land my plane, is that like people get a little bit of something and it's not even what they think it is, because middle class has been stretched so thin that these motherfuckers living like la la land, man. Like if you make 150, 200,000, that's not a lot of money, man. Because now you don't qualify for a lot of the shit that the people who are making under 40 grand qualify for. So all that shit, the healthcare, anything, the after school care, all that shit in your house, all that shit's on you, man. And you got to make wise decisions, because if you make 150 or let's say you make 100 grand, they'll give you credit, some outrageous amount of credit. And if you don't handle that shit right, you'll be drowned in the debt so hard that you won't even know where to go with it. You get in depression. Like, people just got to make better. We got to make better decisions, man. We got to make better decisions, and we got to work. Like Steph keeps saying, we got to work through this shit. I made a bad decision. I fucked up my credit. I need to make a plan to fix that shit. I can't make myself feel good all the goddamn time. I got to work through this shit. I got kids have to work through this shit and try to figure this shit out. We got to start putting work in it, man. All this excuse playing shit, it's got to stop, man. This shit is sickening. Before any of the other stuff happens, it's just the excuse part is really. And I work with 90-year-olds, and their mentality is a lot of excuse making, man. That's all it is. It's excuse making.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I hear you. I feel you. I understand where you're coming from. And, you know, the only thing I want to add to that is just like, right. You know, I probably shouldn't even say it because, you know, it's us brothers talking and we're talking about us. We're talking about black folks. What I was going to say was that, you know, it's not just black folks, but we're talking about us. And again, sir, I hear you, Pittsburgh. I hear you, brother. I hear you. And then I'll shut up after this. Just, hey, man, do what you got to do and practice righteousness. That's yes, that's hard, but that's my advice to the young, you know, infant, adolescents right there, your teenage years, young people, middle age, and elderly, man. And that's another thing, man. Respect your elders, man. Fucking A. Holy shit. That's another disconnect, man. You know, and the easiest thing to do there is to just shut up and listen, even if you don't want to listen. I'm talking to the young people now, gentlemen, but just shut up and listen, man, even if you disagree, you know, but the only way to disagree is to listen first and then come back with your rebuttal there. So just respect your elders. I grew up in a household where that's very important. So that stuff really comes easy to me, but I think that stuff is important.
Hey, your sound is drowning your voice out, Pittsburgh. That motor sound or whatever it is.
Maybe come back in, go back out, come back in. I always get that right. It's fucking dyslexia. Yeah, go back out, come back in. I can hear you, but it's like it's super low.
You just swallow something. We can't make out what you're saying. Hey, let me say real quick, man. I got a phone call from a dear friend of ours in this YouTube boxing community, man. And I'm sure from what he was telling me, you guys have already heard. I think Cal has spoken on it a few days ago or whatever. But those of you that haven't heard, my man Deacon 305, he lost his wife, and you know he's struggling right now. And I just want to ask everybody send out a prayer for the brother, because it could be one of us in that position. No matter what you may feel about him, his what indifference you may have as far as what we talk about on these panels, he's a good dude. He really is a good man, and him and his wife were married for 30 years. That's a big loss for anybody. So just want to, man, it hurt me, man, when he told me about it, and he shared some stuff with me that really. We both been on the phone crying together. That's why I was muted all that time. I was on the phone with him.
Right.
I just let him know again from me. He has my deepest sympathies, him and his family, and I will be praying for them every time I think of them. And I sincerely am sorry for his loss.
Definitely. For sure. Thanks for telling us, Santos. Yeah, look like he
Well,
on
I'm sorry to hear that, man. I had to step away from the phone, so I was just listening. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's what you was on the phone with just now?
Yeah, with Deacon.
Oh man, he get my condolences,
I was
man.
going,
Talk to him together.
I was going to hit him up over the holiday, and then I heard he was going through something, but I didn't want to know the details of it. And I felt like when I did talk to him, he would let me know. So I left him alone over the holidays, and he might have, he heard me on the panel, and me and him hadn't talked in a while, so he reached out to me just then, and he included me in on what was going on with him, man. It just tore me up, man. Tore me up, but. It's a severe loss, and he's going through a lot of pain right now. But he's a strong man, and he's a God-fearing man.
Yeah.
And
He's a good, solid brother, man. From what I always seen on the shows, bring a lot of passion and a lot of passion about. Got a lot of love for his people. He always seemed to have a lot of love for his people. Very strong in his conviction towards things. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. He definitely did my deepest for sure, without question.
That's a tough loss, man, for anybody. 30 years, that's a long time. It's a long time. And I just can't imagine it, man. I'm gonna tell you, when I was married, that was one of my biggest fears, man. Losing my wife. I used to try not to think about it because I didn't know how I would take it and how I would function. When you truly love somebody, man, you don't want them kind of thoughts walking through your mind, man. You don't want to have to deal with stuff like that. And I never wanted that, for us. I didn't want her to leave before me, and vice versa. I didn't want myself to leave before her. I just didn't want to think about stuff like that. But when you knew people that had situations like that, it make you think about your own situation. So I always try to be prepared. If anything were to happen. I made preparations to help her in case something happened to me. I always felt like it probably would happen to me before her because I take a little bit more risk in life than she does. But thank God, it didn't happen. We're not together anymore, so that's water on the bridge. But I don't wish that on any man, any woman. In the world. That's crazy. And I hate when on this road right here, this train be coming directly towards you. Almost, it seems like with them bright lights, it be scaring, brother, if you don't know what's happening out here.
Right. Be careful, man. You are in my prayers at that point, Santos, when you're out driving, man. Be careful, man.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's a humbling experience, man. I mean, y'all around and stuff, man, but some place for everything, man. It just, it was time for me to listen to that brother at that moment.
Right.
He moved me big time.
Hey, Steph, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah. I wanna kind of want to segue back to some boxing real fast.
Go ahead.
Santo, I think we talked about Caleb and David, and I'm really excited for that fight. I can't wait for that fight. I'm last week and early this week, as far as I know, that fight was really slated for late March, definitely April. So hopefully that gets announced soon. But what other fights do you want to see this year?
Well, I know people rather see. I mean, I'm like everyone else. I'd rather see the fight that we don't like to mention that didn't happen last year. But at the same time, if one of those guys is fighting Thurman, I'm willing to see that too. I'm gonna watch it. You know, that's one that's being discussed right now. You know, my man Tank is projected and supposed, if everything works all right with him in this fight here Saturday, he's supposed to fight again in April. And so some people question whether they would be willing to put on two paper, if PBC was willing to put on 2 pay-per-view fights in the same month. Probably so. I would say. You know, gonna be the same audience, more likely. You know, whoever buys Tank fights usually buys, you know, those other 2 guys fights. So, you know, the economy may be in a hizzy at that time, but it may work out, it may not. I don't know, but I'll still be willing to look at. All right, dude, don't put this horn on you. I ain't in the mood for no playing now.
Drive safe, brother. Drive safe.
Drive safe. Like Looney Tune. But yeah, so it's I'm really looking forward to some great boxing this year. I'm hoping and praying as always every year that we have some really good boxing events. You know,
yeah, I hope
to see how it lines out. You know,
I hope everybody fights at least twice. That would be nice. That would be real nice if everybody fought twice. You know, if everyone's favorite boxers fought twice, I think everybody'd be really happy with that.
I'm gonna pray that the powers that be stop playing these political games with these boxing matches, man. Let these fights happen that everyone wants to see, and make sure that, you know, they go down. Because there's too much of that going on in boxing, man, and I think the finger gets pointed at the wrong people for these fights not happening. Sometimes it may be the fighters, but I don't think it's always the fighters, especially when I hear fighters, both, you know, the 2 fighters that we want to see fight. I ain't talking about no particular fight, no fight in particular. But when we hear 2 fighters say they want to fight each other and it don't happen, that's the politics of boxing and the business of boxing, and not letting that fight happen. And so I want to pray that they get out of the way a little bit more this year than they have in the past, because they really, I know they're trying to get all the money they possibly can, but they're hurting the sport of boxing when they do that stuff, and they're losing fans. You know, that's why MMA is doing so well. You know, all promotions of MMA are doing well. You know, most of them that we see on television anyway, because they're giving the fans what they want to see, giving them the fights they want to see.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know because I don't pay attention at all to UFC at all. It is probably been at least a decade since I've really looked at seriously looked at rankings.
They get into the money, bro. For real, they get into the money. The business of MMA fighting. Those different promotions. UFC is another promotion, but those different promotions have all their own fighters. You know, under their promotion, and they are making these guys fight each other, and they get into more, and the fans are engaged. And that's where it should be.
Pittsburgh, do you have headphones on? Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, okay, so you know, you just you must be on speakerphone. Are you on speakerphone?
No, I said. Nah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, but Sentos, remember AB just told you, he said that, you know, they want me to fight them killers over there. It's not always a promotion. These guys are eating really well.
No, he didn't just say, but you gotta remember, he didn't just say they want him to fight killers. They want him to fight killers and not give him the killer type money. That was his problem.
Nah, man, he said, listen, that's not nothing for you to, Sentos, that's not enough for you to say, bro. That's like Tom Brady saying they want me to play the best teams. That baby, come on, man. What are we talking about?
Man, I'm gonna tell you something, bro.
Compete against the best, bro, not the worst. What is that? What we doing?
I hear what you're saying, but I'm telling you, when it come down to this boxing game, I ain't giving no promotion, no fighter, no manager, no trainer a pass If they on some bull crap, I'm calling it like I see it. And I got a lot of love for Al Haymon and PBC, but the PBC on some bull crap, man. They on some bull crap. And I'm just gonna call it like I see it. I love the sport of boxing. Period. I ain't on nobody's train. Because riding on somebody's train, man, eventually it's gonna stop. I wanna see the fights. And if they hold it up for any kind of bull crap, different monies and all that, man, I ain't no, bro. No, we don't want to fight because they ain't part of this organization. Forget that bull crap, man. And boxing, the best is supposed to fight the best, man. Guys like Sugar Ray Robinson, Ali, they went around the world and challenged the best that the world had to offer. That's what boxing's about. And even the guys before them did that. That's what boxing's about, man. Ain't about all this old political bull crap we've been subject to these last few years with this promotion going against that promotion. None of the heads of those promotional companies are fighting each other in the ring. They're fighting each other at the freaking table and on the telephone about contractual bull crap. And these fighters are going around saying they want to fight each other. When I hear two fighters say they want to fight each other, that's all I need to hear. If they don't fight each other, it's because of the business of boxing.
No, that's not true, Santos. If they say that publicly and privately, they're doing something else. That don't mean nothing, man. Like, they can say whatever they want publicly to save face. Some of these guys don't want to fight.
If I see two fighters in front of, if I see two fighters standing in front of each other, they want to fight each other.
Once a year,
they want to fight.
What they say, Santos, if you're fighting once a year, right? Let's forget that. If you're fighting once a year, irregardless of whoever you fight, you ain't fighting the best. You just fighting once a year. You ain't trying to get in the ring like that, man. I'm sorry. If that's your history of you fighting once a year, you could have fought anybody. You might not have fought who I wanted you to fight, but you could find another opponent twice a year. These guys ain't even doing that for the lion's share of them.
And why? Because the business of boxing is not allowing a whole lot of them to fight more than once a year.
No, there ain't no business of boxing.
That's a big part of it.
That's
it's like I said earlier. It's like I said earlier. But it's like I said earlier, man. It's different. This shit ain't the same. Stop thinking about it like it was 20 years ago. It ain't like that no more. And the sport ain't going back to that. So
but the money is what I'm trying to say.
It ain't going back to that shit.
No, it may not, but the business fights mostly.
You're breaking up.
It ain't always the fight. The business of boxing is holding up the fights.
Nah, you know, look, me, I'm currently, I'm currently in the sport, so I know it, and I was a fighter, so I know it from that perspective. I don't know that shit from just a fan. I know it from the in there, and I'm currently still in this business. The business is different. It's not the same.
Right.
It ain't going back to that shit. It's not going back either.
No,
it's not. That shit is over. That shit is not going back. The economy, unless American economy drastically changed to some shit from the 1960s, which ain't going back to that shit. It's not happening. So what it is that shit, all of that is a thing of the past. It's just that. It's a thing of the past. It ain't going back to that. So what it boils down to is the way that fighters view the sport that they're in is not the same that it was viewed in 1980. They don't view it the same. But they're not supposed to, because it ain't the same. It's different. The economics of the sport is different. The way the shit is set up is different. You understand? Like, and that's just how it is. And there's a lot of sports that's like that. It's America. Like the way American society is set up is different. It's different.
Look at that. Look at that bull crap they put Devin Haney through before he became undisputed. That's bull crap.
It's totally different. It's totally fucking different. When I grew up, when me and you was coming up.
Wait.
When me and you was coming up.
Wait.
Let me just say this real quick. When me and you was coming up, Santos, the people who own, like right now, you got the people who own Ring Magazine was like Nat Fleischer and all these people who was the editor in chief and all that shit. But now you got Oscar De La Hoya and his team owning that shit.
That bull crap, that bias bull crap.
So you're gonna get all this bias shit. You understand what I'm saying? So shit is way different. It wasn't no boxers allowed to even own that shit back then.
Right. Didn't want to.
You understand? So it's totally different. Wait, it's so many things that's so much different in the sport in comparison, and it's messed up because we keep comparing it to those old golden ages, and boxing is not that no more.
No, I ain't gonna be that no more.
America is not like that no more.
So it's not going to be the same. We just seen Haney fight twice in another country with no excuses. That's what I'm saying with this, like this whole promotional stuff. If somebody want to fight bad enough, they'll do it, hands down. They'll do it.
But
it depends on what control you have in your career, of the business part of your career. If you don't have control of your business part of your career, you ain't fighting like that. Look at Tank. He just not. He's letting us know he's trying to fight these guys. He's on his own now. He wasn't able to fight him because they wouldn't let him.
But like I said, even with that, yeah, but even with that, like I said, the whole overall economics, everything is different because, like he said, well, Haney fought twice.
Well,
that's still too little. That's still too little. That's still too little for a fighter. Fighters used to fight way more than that, so that's still too little. But because they make so much fucking money, he could do that. He could do that shit.
I just want to add. Wait, hang on, Cento. I just want to add two things because you guys said something, made me think of something. The reason one is that look, Tank also didn't ask for those fights while he was under somebody. So
that's not true.
Wait, hang on. Wait, hang on. And then also, look, you said earlier that guys like Sugar Ray Robinson and Muhammad Ali traveled the world fighting the best guys. Devin Haney did that. He went across the world and fought the guy who had it and became an undisputed champion, defended it. Nothing new. So what I'm trying to say is that, look, I mean, there are some implications that withhold or how should I say, put holds on boxing. And there's a lot of responsibility that goes unaccounted for that we don't like the politics. But overall, it's an entity within its own because, like, man, that there is no regulation. So it's the Wild West, man. A lot of people are greedy.
Boxing has always been that. Boxing has always been the red light district of sports, man. It's always been the red light district.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's never been nothing different. It's always been that shit.
Yeah, still is. And I'm gonna say that when it comes down to Tank, people can say and think whatever they want to about that kid. But I'm here to tell you, when Lomo first said something about fighting Tank, Tank said he wanted to fight him. It's on video. He said he wanted to fight him.
I remember.
His handler said that fight ain't happening right now. That's what held that fight up. If it was up to Tank, he would have fought him then. And then that's why he said all these guys, whatever they said about the sparring and all that, which is cool, that's what happens. Sometimes somebody gets better than you in the sparring or whatever. He said he'll fight them all. And I believe him. I'm going to tell you, man, my experience with fighters, man, most fighters are not afraid of each other, man. You got a few that are, but most fighters are not afraid. My experience as an amateur fighter, the short period I had at it, I don't remember guys being afraid of each other. Let me tell you something. We will fight that night in the ring against somebody else, and we will get out of the ring and we'll walk past a guy who's in our weight division and say, "Man, I want to fight you." That's how it was. When we got out of the ring, we go to our locker room, man. We change clothes. We might still have our hand wraps on because it's kind of like a badge of honor back then. You walk around, you don't fucking know you've been in the ring, that night. And you see somebody else chopping it up, man, talking. The guy could be sitting down or he may be at the concession stand, whatever. Hey, man, when we gonna fight? I want to fight you, And we ain't talk disrespect to each other. We just let it be known. I want to fight you. And the last guy I had to fight, I got my butt whooped, but I got him. I fought him. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, no fighters were afraid of each other, man. And I don't think that many fighters are afraid of each other today. It's the business of boxing that's keeping us from getting these great fights, and it's gonna be like that for a while. Like my man is saying.
I would say generally, good fighters, good to great fighters, they want the competition to prove that they're the best.
Exactly.
You understand?
Exactly.
Generally speaking, and I think that and I think that I don't think that's not limited to boxing. That's just sports. Anybody who's ever competed, anybody who's ever competed in organized sports conference, from amateur, whether it's high school sports to anything that you really competing for something, a title or something, the upper echelon of them always want to go compete against the top people in their category. So you're going to still have that, but you also have, like now, as it relates to sports now, the way everything is set up. Like I said, America, good old capitalism, baby. That's the bottom line, making that money. And these companies are not willing to risk certain things when it comes to that. So this is why you get fighters fight so little now, because like I said, the money is so high. So you don't have to take as much risk fighting as much. You got companies and teams and management teams, they scared. Like, if I have to fight too much, you might fuck around and take a loss and things like that. And that's only because that money is so fucking high. So they worry about that. They worry about that thing now. That's why you hear like always talking about this, like motherfucker being undefeated. That shit didn't matter back in the day.
No.
When Marvin Hagler got his title fights, Marvin Hagler had two losses.
He had 2 or 3 losses already. Yeah.
He had 2 losses in a draw when he fought Vito Antuofermo the first time. And then he caught another draw in that shit. So when he got the second title shot, he got that second title shot. He had 2 losses and then 2 draws. You understand what I'm saying? So, like I said, everything is just different now. It's just different. You can't look at it the same way. It's not the same.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you, I don't think Sugar Ray Robinson
that either.
Oh man, I gotta put up with this again. This old man don't start working here again.
Oh, he back? Oh, word.
Yeah, I ain't got time to talk to him all night, so I got to go.
Now, what you about to say about Sugar Ray?
Sugar Ray Robinson, I don't think he really started making the bulk of his money until after he had a loss to Jake LaMotta, which was about 39-1 at that point.
He hadn't really
started making no real money then. No, he hadn't started making no real money. He was making. That's part of the reason why he fought so goddamn much, because he didn't start making real money until he became the champion. Because back then, that's who made the money. The champions. The champions made the money back then.
Right, but like you guys were saying,
he was making an average fight salary. The average, whatever the average fight salary was, he was getting. But he was fighting a lot. You gotta remember, homeboy fought 27 times his first year as a pro. Nigga fought 27 fights in 1 year. That shit would be unheard of today. It took Sugar Ray Leonard 3 years to do that shit. What Ray Robinson did in 1 year. Sugar Ray Leonard turned pro in 77. By 80, he was 27 fights. Sugar Ray Robinson did that shit in 1 year.
Yeah,
you had to fight them.
That's unheard of, is what that is. But
you understand what I'm saying? That shit is unheard of.
But speeches like you were saying, sir, earlier, like man, that was such a. I mean, that time and this time is even between him and Ray Leonard. That's such a radically different time, man. I mean, the racism then is. Oh my goodness. And when I say that R word, just like you got to think how much of anything and everything they were fucking Ray Robinson out of, whether it be money, whether it be the medical, whether it be the regulation, the truth, and whatever it lies in contextually. I mean, he pulled through to fight 27 times and go undefeated in 365 days.
But boxing was. But you got to also remember at that time. I don't know if you know this. Boxing was a bigger sport in America then. See, boxing was once one of the biggest sports in America. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
The premier sport, yes,
It
sir.
was one of the, like, you know how many fight clubs existed back then?
Like pool
They had
halls,
fucking
yeah.
thousands
Like
of them
water
shits, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was always fight clubs, man, all over the place. That's why they could have so many fights. But boxing was a bigger thing then.
Also, the gambling, the type of it's like the original gambling. Besides like pimping and shit and selling pussy, like it's like the original gambling. I bet you this guy could kill this guy, you know, in under whatever time, whatever. So, like,
yeah,
it must have been random.
Boxing was more rooted into the fabric of American society then. And then also you gotta remember back at that time period, you going from the 20s to the 50s, you had a lot more what they call ethnic fighters from whites. Either you had the three white groups where had a lot of boxers in the sport at that time. You had Jews, Italians, and Irish. A lot of those boxers was boxing at that time. So a lot of white money was in that shit. A lot of whites had a lot invested in it at that time. Now all three of those other groups made bigger gains in American society than blacks did ultimately, even up to this day. That's why you don't have as many of them in the sport, because they made bigger gains in the society financially than we did. So that's why you don't have as many of them. They don't have the need to box and fight their way out of the conditions that they live in America in the same way that they once did. So that's why you don't have no motherfucking Jewish champions no more, like Benny Leonard, you know, or no Italian champions like any number of guys from back then, from Rocky Graziano all the way up to Marciano. You don't have those types anymore. And very little Irish. And the Irish you get don't be from America. They from Ireland. You know? They don't even from America. They from like Irish kids.
The steer.
Like
pastrami.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's really what it is. So at that point, the sport was just like I said, boxing was a bigger sport in America. Because the whites at that time blew up their stars from Jack Dempsey and all these other guys at that time period, and blew them up as well. But of course, whenever blacks were allowed to get their opportunities, as we tend to do, we tend to become the best at whatever we get involved in. And that's what happened. Once a lot of black fighters got involved, ultimately they start taking over the sport and becoming the top guys in all the weight divisions. Ultimately. That's what happened.
Man. Sonny Liston, Jack Johnson, man. Oh my goodness. Like, imagine being those guys. Oh my goodness.
Because imagine, can you think of it, when there was only 8 divisions in the sport? It was a time when Henry Armstrong had 3 of those belts at the same time. And then he fought for the middleweight and really should have won that. But at that point, they were determined. We're not letting this, excuse my French, we're not letting this nigga have 4 of the 8 belts. It's not happening. I don't know if you ever seen that fight when he fought for the middleweight championship against Zeferino Garcia. He beat him, bro. Watch that fight. Go on YouTube and put that fight in. Could you imagine who? Let's take. Could you imagine somebody like Gary Russell's 126, right? Who's 126 champion? Who's the best 126 pounder right now?
Shoot. Steph Fulton. If he, his next time out.
Is he 22?
Yeah, he's 22, but he moving up to 26 to fight Figueroa. But
all right,
real fast.
Let's take him out. Let's take him out because he's 22. I want somebody who's definitely 26.
Man, why can't I think of nobody right now? It's kind of a hot division right now.
I can't really think of nobody.
Let me see what the comments say.
But that let's say That's maybe like when, let's say like when Gary Russell was the 126-pound champion, right?
Right.
Could you imagine him going up and beating somebody like Jamal Charlo?
Damn.
In a fight.
No.
So Henry Armstrong did that shit. He went from 126 pounds, won the welterweight at 147, then came back down and won the lightweight. So he got all three. He was featherweight, welterweight, and lightweight champion at the same time when it was one belt.
Yeah.
Then he fought for the middleweight. And when you watch the fight, yo, he won the fight. They made the fight a draw. So he would have had 4 of the belts when there was only 8 divisions in the sport at the time. It wasn't allowing that shit. The powers that be. I was like, no way.
Yeah. They were in the wrong.
Could you imagine that shit? Could you imagine? Could you imagine somebody 126 pound winning shit, even fighting for the middleweight title, let alone actually being able to compete with the champion?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fucking gnarly, man. That's
you imagine that shit? What kind of mindset them people had? Those men had?
Yeah. Even now, like
when
the
you watch
mindset.
that fight, yo, he didn't change his style. Henry Armstrong was perpetual motion. That's where everybody got the bobbing and weaving shit coming forward style from his style.
What is Garcia's first name again?
Zeffirino.
Yes, Zeffirino. Thank you.
Now, Henry Armstrong didn't even change his style. You know, Henry Armstrong, he coming forward. He bobbing, he weaving, he slipping. He coming forward, attacking. Now, it ain't like he said, but it's not like his trainers and them like, well, since you're a smaller guy, we want you to dance around the ring and move and use your speed. Now, he fought his same style and was pushing the middleweight champion back.
I see. Damn, man.
Pushing the middleweight champion back.
Dude.
Man, I supposed to been gone 5 minutes ago, man. I supposed to been gone 5 minutes ago, man. Oh man, he think we got time to talk. God bless his heart. That story better with him than without him, though.
All right. Yep.
Hey, you taking the fight to him? Yeah, go ahead. Now I had him watching the Henry Armstrong versus Zeffirino Garcia fight.
Oh, y'all told that.
Yeah, I had him looking at that. I had him just taking a glance at that, like just to see. Could you imagine somebody who was the 126-pound champion, who was the featherweight champion, then jumped over lightweight, won the welterweight, which is 147, then came back down to 135 and won that, and then ended up fighting for the middleweight and got a draw. At the time, it was only 8 divisions in the sport. He would have had 8. He would have had 4 of the 8 belts had they not made that fight a draw.
I think it's a bull crap in that too.
Oh, I watched the fight. I picked it. He won the fight to me.
Yeah, that's why I said the fight to me.
You know, the mafia was controlling that shit then.
Yeah.
You know, the mob was controlling that then. The mob.
Boxing's been dirty for a long time, forever in America anyway. Probably the world, but especially in America, it's been dirty for a while. But hey, man, did anybody see that Showtime deal with Steven Jackson while he was in Philly? He interviewed
I'm in the middle of that right now. I'm finishing up Boots' part. Yeah, I like it thus far. Though. It's dope. I like all of this stuff.
Hey, Boots said if it was up to him, when Steve Jackson, he asked me, he said, why some fight don't fight me once a year and this, that, and the third, all that. He said, man, if it was up to me, I'd fight every month. He said, but then, you know, he said, I just love to fight. He said, it ain't about the money for him. It's about the fact he love to fight. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
So, you know, that most fighters are that way because they come up from the amateurs. They fighting all. I'm getting feedback. I got feedback on something.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Fact. Yo, did you see the clip of the sparring with Fulton and Jerron Ennis?
No,
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I saw that clip a little earlier that there was Jerron Ennis and Fulton, they were sparring and shit. They showed a little clip of it.
Yeah. You know, most fighters want to fight as often as possible because that's what they did in the amateur.
Yeah.
You know, so listen, you know, it's better that they in the gym than out of the gym. And
Phil.
we can take Phil and say whatever we want about Adrian Broner. But Adrian Broner himself said he need to be busy. He needs to stay in the gym. He needs to keep a fight going. That way it keeps him out of chaos, you know, in his personal life. Because he have to stay in the gym that way.
That would be.
He said that a few years ago.
That's how it's supposed to be. But that's how it's supposed to be.
Right.
But that ain't the sport right now. Unless you gotta do what you gotta do, you have to have a unique team, which y'all have to have your own setup, things set up a certain way. Like, and you have to have an outside promotion, not none of these known big promotions, a small where you're not tied to them. Because see, the thing is, everybody looking at the money now, but once you get attached to one of these bigger promotions, it's going to slow your career down. Because when you start become more famous, when you start becoming more famous and making more money, they're not going to fight because each promotion is only allotted a certain amount of promotions, shows they're going to do for the year. You're better off if your objective, like the old school way would be, while you're still trying to develop your fighter and you're free, you take as many matches as you can to develop your fighter. You understand? Keep him active. You put him out in the public for people to see him. Keep him active. You don't tie in. You don't lock yourself into. You know who did that shit great? Jim Jacobs and Bill Cayton did that shit great with Mike Tyson. Because when that heavyweight tournament started in HBO, Mike Tyson wasn't a part of it. Mike Tyson came in at the end. They brought him in at the end. But Jim Jacobs and Bill Cayton was able to keep him active and got him sharp. So when he came in there, he was active. You know, Mike was fighting regularly. Mike Tyson had like 27 fights in a 2-year period, which was good for a heavyweight at that time. Because nobody was as active as him. Nobody in that tournament, from Pinklon Thomas to Trevor Berbick, because certainly Larry Holmes wasn't active like that no more because he was at the end of his career. None of them guys have been active as Mike Tyson at that time. All those guys was fighting once every couple of months. You know, Mike Tyson was fighting weeks apart because he was knocking motherfuckers out. Then it got to maybe he fighting every 4 months, which was still more active than his counterparts in the tournament at that time.
Now, I would say this also. I think it has a lot to do with what you just said, but I think it has a lot to do with also the money has the biggest part of it, and I think it has to do if you're a main event fighter, because when you look at Keyshawn Johnson, guys like that, they this kid he done fought quite a few times this year already. I mean last year, you know, and it seemed like 3 or 4 times last year. He's on the undercards. And I think that has a little bit to do with it. Well, that boils down to the money again. You know, they were so pissed. A guy like him, right? Look at Xander. That Puerto Rican kid, Xander or whatever.
Yeah, Xander Zayas.
He fought quite a few times too.
But you know why? See, one, they not Top Rank has to do that. They banking on those young guys. They come. So they're gonna keep those young guys that they view as having the top talent, and they could be the potential big draws. Keep them in the public's eye as much as they can, and they're not having to pay them as much either as the top guy active.
Right.
They don't have to pay them as much, so they can keep them active, get their names up, and that's what what Bob and them have to do at this time with those type of dudes. They have to do that with them right now. So that's why you seeing him. And you got like Keyshawn Davis, silver medalist. But it's not just that he's a silver medalist. He got a particular, he looked like he could be the real deal. It's not
he got a mouthpiece and he got a fight game.
Yeah. And he looked like the real deal. Like he could really be the type of fighter who could become something big too. So you got to keep him active. You got to keep him active, keep him out in the public, let him get known. And so that helps too. Because you can have guys, there's been guys that's been silver medalists, but they wasn't necessarily somebody you may look at as like a big fighter. Take like somebody like Montel Griffin. Montel Griffin was a silver medalist. But you only got to know him really when he fought Roy Jones.
Yeah. No, if you're a casual, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're a casual, you don't get to know him until then.
Yeah, you only got to know him. Now we knew him because we was into boxing, but I'm saying like to the point where you're trying to get kids known, like where somebody like Keyshawn Davis, like I said, so they keep him fighting. He on ESPN, But part of the reason they feel like that about him because he seemed to be the goods too.
Oh shit, I forgot to call my cousin back.
So they feel confident about putting him in there against certain competition because it's a big deal, man, to see. I think this new era of boxing, they take it for granted. When you see somebody like Keyshawn Davis fighting a guy who got almost 30 fights and he got under 10 fights, that's a big deal, yo.
Yeah, absolutely.
That shit is still a big deal. Because you seen that last guy, that guy, he was out schooling that kid, but he couldn't get that dude out of there. That's because that guy's a professional boxer. You understand what I'm saying? That's not the same. Even though he got a lot of amateur experience, it's still a difference.
Keyshawn gave him a lot of credit too. Keyshawn.
Yeah. So
as an amateur fighter, even as an amateur fighter, when you run into a guy, an opponent who has a high level of experience compared to yours, you still had confidence that you would beat this guy. But that was a big that was a high profile fight because you wanted to see how you do against this guy with this experience, and everyone else want to see how you do too to see if you're the real deal. Man, more people walking around
this guy got 6 fights. And you putting him in the ring with a guy that got close to 30 fights. That's still a big deal, yo. Like people taking it for granted, like, oh, he should just walk through him. Nah, dude, that's amateur and pros is different, man. That's why they tried that shit with Lomachenko in that second fight against Toledo. Yeah, Toledo had over 10, 11 losses, but he ended up beating fucking Lomachenko ass. You understand what I'm saying? It's like so. Like I think people just take it for granted. Like they're not understanding there's a risk, man, in that shit. He not fighting guys with similar records to him. These guys, he fighting guys with, I think the fight before that, he fought a guy that had like 20 fights. And then this last time he fought somebody that had like over 25 or over 25 fights.
Yeah, he's been fast track. You talking about Keyshawn?
Yeah. His last 2 fights, he don't fought guys with over 20 fights or more. And he got under 10 fights. Yeah, because that last guy had 20 fights. And the last dude had 25 and 2 or something like that. And that guy, he couldn't get that guy out of there either.
Hey, I gotta go on mute for a second, fellas. I'm gonna let y'all chop it up. Okay?
All right.
Listening.
All right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but
you're trying to get in
dudes
there.
don't want to fight though. Yeah, but that proves my point that these dudes don't want to fight, bro. Because look, even if you could say that the promotional company is controlling them, they re-sign the contract again. They re-sign multiple contracts with these guys when they're fighting once a year. So evidently they're satisfied with that. It's not just, it's more complicated than we just putting everything on promotional content. I'm not blaming the fighters solely, but it's a lot more complex and complicated than saying, oh, it's just promotional. It's way more complicated. These guys are signing multiple deals with these promotional companies.
But I'm gonna keep going back to it. Like I said, this is what I'm dealing with. Like I'm in the mix with this. This is what it is. It's the way the sport is set up now. It's the way it's set up. It's not set up like how people thinking about like how it used to be. It's not. You'll slow your shit down as a fighter. I got a young fighter. I'm developing him. Even if even if he is a spectacular fighter, I'm not jumping to no. Me personally, I'm not jumping to no promotional company quick. I'm not going to jump to no promotional because that shit going to slow your career down. You got to make a name for yourself first. Then you carry more weight. It carry more weight when you do it like that. But you got to understand it's a risk. It's a risk in that shit. Because you can fuck around and catch an L. And then motherfuckers ain't going to want to fuck with you the same way, maybe. But that's just how the game is. It's not just the fighters and it's not just the promotion, but a lot of that shit got to do with the way the sport is set up now. It has a lot to do with it. It's just not the same. You know?
Yeah, and
like you said, a guy re-signed. A guy re-signed. The reason why a guy re-signed, because you ain't got many other options like that. And people don't think with that mindset like how it used to be. Take your fighter out and fight in these different places. Because everybody looking at the money. Because see, that's the ultimate goal. Money, championships, all that shit used to be connected. But people looking at a lot more of the money now than even championships, than ever before in the sport. So you don't have guys that's going to be just so when you get to a certain point and you getting guaranteed money, whether it's the high hundreds, thousands to the low millions, and it's guaranteed. You're not going to find very many better deals set up like that. So anything else you do, you gambling on yourself. You betting on yourself that it don't go wrong. You know? So you got to make sure that you absolutely confident in yourself and that you got to be successful in trying to do what you do. But most of the promotional companies are set up similarly. They use a similar business method, a similar business. They use a similar business practice, all of them, whether it's the PBC, Top Rank, and any of the many other promotions that exist. They use a similar formula.
I mean, I just attribute it to like people I see on a day to day, and some of these dudes got like that Brooks syndrome from Shawshank Redemption, where they finally get free and they just looking at the freedom and it scares the hell out of some people. Some people like the comfort and the misery that they have, they comfortable with it, so they just stay right with it. They don't want that. That's why you'll see people.
I agree with that.
Look at everyday life, you'll see people who work on jobs like 40 years, 35, 40 years with no real plans of retirement. Then you ask them, hey man, when you gonna retire? Nah, I don't want to retire because then I'm gonna go home. What I'm gonna do? Like just that kind of thinking. That happens in everyday life. So I think that whole situation is way more complicated than people, because people are people, like Steph always says. And you just have to factor that in. Nobody knows what's going on in nobody's head. Like somebody can tell you anything, but what they actually do is completely different. So it's hard to really gauge who's at fault with that. Like we only take the bits and pieces that come out of your mouth, but people say all kinds of shit. Like my adult kids say all kinds of shit, and they don't fucking necessarily mean the shit they saying. Why? Because their actions don't line up to the words they saying. And that's just what it is. It's just way more complicated nowadays than what it is. And these guys now have some means of success when they make $1 million, which $1 million ain't what like you were saying, $1 million ain't what it used to be. But it's enough to a level of success for you to take your foot off the gas. So it's way more complicated than we want it to be. Because it's easy to just point the finger at one person.
Yeah, it's some of that. I can agree with that in degrees. for sure. But like I said, you're right. It's a lot to it. It's more than meets the eye for sure when it comes to that. A lot more. But like I said, the way that the sport, because like I said, now if you get with a promotion now, and the overall factor of the money that's involved in the sport now, in comparison to how it used to be, like I said, it's a lot faster. You can get to some level of money than you ever could in the sport of boxing. And for that much, any sport in America, you can get to the money a lot faster now, right? Than you could years ago. And it's a lot easier for guys to fall. I guess you, in that sense, can fall into that mindset of thinking, like you just stated, that comfortability to not have to take that risk. But you have to think outside the box. And I agree. If you want to be, but if you that type of person, that's why you see every now and then you'll see certain individuals that do that. They think outside the box. But most people tend to go with the status quo on how to do stuff. And if they have a company and a team and they're using a particular business format and strategy, they tend to go with that. The ones who could take a bigger risk, they tend to have maybe a little bit more successful, trying something slightly different.
We don't get those guys nowadays. Like I give you an example. Like Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson doesn't exist in today's basketball. He just don't exist because you're gonna get that whole group of section and wrath of people that's gonna say he don't have enough. He too little. Look how they treating him. And they just start beating on these guys' heads, and they start manipulating that shit in their head. So they don't challenge to be great. They find that comfort range where they're just better than their contemporary. And in order to be great, you got to challenge yourself. It ain't about your contemporary, because your contemporary isn't what's holding you back in any walk, and especially us, because most of the time you go in areas that you have never seen nobody go in. So what are you comparing yourself to? You can't compare yourself to what you've seen, because that's not enough. And that's everything, from finance to buying a house to being a great parent, every fucking thing. We make too many goddamn excuses for everything. And sports is no different than we do in life. Most of us make a lot of excuses for a lot of things that we just shouldn't be doing. And that's just what it is. We can always find somebody to blame, and it'll be 100% legit. There's nothing, excuses. A legit excuse is no different than a bullshit excuse. It's still an excuse. It don't make a difference. It's up to us to challenge ourselves no matter what we do. But like you're saying, those exceptional people, they just don't exist all over the place. So when you see them, people gravitate toward that, and their results pan out after that. You can see the mindset, and you can see the results that happen behind that. People that don't make excuses, that don't pan toward that, they usually have a different level of success than most people. They don't stop along the way. They just keep on pushing and fighting through that shit, no matter what.
Yeah, salute to that, brother. No excuses, man. Just put your helmet on and fight, scratch and claw, and believe in what you're doing. Trust the process and keep going, man. Renew your mind every day as well, because it's hard. It's hard. And let me say, because you made me think of this as well, Pittsburgh. Stormy B, man. He had a really good live yesterday evening on the Tuesday tussle that he does. I suggest you go check that out, because your last ending words definitely touched on the same subject on where he was going with that. So check that out tomorrow if you guys got some time. You got that windpipe, baby. Fucking Kyle, man. This guy, dog, starts his show and Dipsets. Yeah, boxing's a funny business, isn't it? It's a funny, funny, funny business. Um, for one, you know, there's a group of guys who are really at the top of their game, and you can see it shining very bright. And when I say that, like they're the total package, man. You know, no matter what the outcome is, win, lose, or draw, whether they are winning in the ring, losing on the outside of the ring, or opposite, losing in the ring and winning on the outside. These guys are true winners. You can see that, and that group of men, it's very small, man, and it's very hard to be great day in and day out because you know we touched on it a couple times in this conversation. You know, the capitalism of the situation. Those guys, those group of guys, make a ton of money, man, and have a lot of leverage and can make things happen. Really, you know, if they want to. Now, within that same group of guys, there are guys who you could say are quote unquote fighting for legacy. We're really trying to fight the best guys available. So there's that.
That's far and few in between.
Yeah.
Because
Definitely.
once you get a taste of that money, because you gotta remember boxing is a poor man's sport. So once you get a taste of that money, 9 times out of 10 these guys are coming from poverty. That's it. They're gonna chase that. They can finally get the cars they want, the girls they want, the image they want, and legacy comes down later on. I actually think that's what's going on with Tank. I think after he done made enough money, now he's like, oh yeah, let me go in, get my legacy going. Let me become a Hall of Famer.
Again, combo. That same group of guys that I was just talking about, they are on another level, sir. It's not even about when you said the money word. Those guys make the most money. They're not worried about money. They are, but like I also said a couple moments ago, is that within that same group of guys who are making top dollar, there are very, very small few who are actually trying to fight the best fights available. However, again, those guys who are making the most money, very small group of guys. Very small group of guys, man.
Yeah,
not everyone is on that level. Not everyone is on that level. It's not true.
Well, could it be closer? Could a deficit be closer if the promoters didn't make it such a big difference in the pay
I don't
scale
think
and the
so.
structure? Because
I don't think
if you're busy only hyping up and protecting one fighter all the way around his career, and then you're investing so much money, of course he's going to reap high rewards, correct?
Sure, but I don't think so, and I'll really tell you why. Is because I don't leave that up to faith or chance, because people like those some of those certain few so much to the fact to where they're the end result is that is a lot of money, good, bad, or ugly, no matter what. So it speaks for itself, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I just think like someone like, for example, AB, if he wouldn't have had that his career to be built the way it was built, with the losses that he took later on his career and stuff like that, we wouldn't be wanting to support him like we do today. Like he was built for us to love him, and we learned to like and love him. We accept it, and now he can fight. We'll pay for the pay-per-view, and he'll also make a decent amount of money. So now if he's fighting, he's not just doing it just for the money, because maybe he is, but
Well, that's interesting you say that, sir, because no beef with that, but again, I look at that a little differently. look, man, Adrian Broner is one of the best boxers, best fighters we've ever seen, especially 130 and 135 version of AB. Yes,
With
he's
his
one of
hands
the best
moving, yeah,
fighters
with his hands moving.
we've ever seen. Straight up. I mean, I'm to this day I'm still Adrian Broner friend. Now, it's hard, man, and it's not even just boxers. It's us gentlemen on this panel too. You really got to peel back the image, because that's not just us. Like, man, people aren't perfect, and things happen. But anywho, his career, man, is amazing, man. He's fought nothing but killers, and he's got a winning percentage, and he's 32 years old. I'm older than him at 33. He's still a fairly young man. He's just have went through a ringer, and has been struggling with other issues in his life. That's all what's wrong with him. That's all what's wrong. But as far as boxing goes, oh my goodness, man, he's made tons of money. A, and then B has had a career that almost 80% don't even get to fuck with.
So I use him because the argument I'm making is, yes, there are some fighters that have that. I'm gonna say all fighters. No one gets in that game and say, "Hey, listen, I'm not going to fight the best guy." Because in the tournaments, when you come through the tournaments, you come through the structures as an amateur, and you may go open or whatever. You're always looking for the best guy to fight, to make your name, to stake your claim, right? You're always looking for that next man up so you can take his time, so you can take his crown. But then, at some point, they get to a crossroads. Do I continue on this path of the king of the mountain, or does this $10,000 purse entice me to take this fight? And then after that $10,000 purse, you take that. But does this $15,000 purse make me say, okay, I want to fight this guy, I'll go fight that guy? And then they're like, I think a lot of times these fighters, they know the guy they're fighting isn't the guy they should fight. They become delusional, and they'll try to pump it up and make it seem like it's a closer fight than what it is. But in reality, a lot of them miss out on their legacy and their time, fighting for the money and not fighting for the glory.
Okay, well, I'll throw a name at you, and he's everybody's favorite boxer. I don't know if he's yours, Combo, but Big Fish.
Okay.
A rare breed.
A rare breed, yeah.
Very, very. No, hang on. Let me finish.
Wait.
A very, very rare breed. He is a professional boxer who's at the literally top of his game. And has a Midas touch, a commanding left arm that can do a lot that a lot of other guys can't do. Say what you want to say. There's a lot of things, I don't want to say negative, being spoken about him, but it can't touch him because he's got more command over it.
Yeah.
Simply put.
Yeah.
Not only that, more importantly, the man screams it and says it and talks about it in almost every export you could get of him. He only wants to fight the best competition available. Not everyone speaks like that at the top of their game. Fast forward a little more, Jermell Charlo is probably, as far as pound for pound goes, that type of conversation, he's the best there is right now. He's literally done what us fanatics want any of these guys to do. You don't even have to be a fan of him, but you have to respect that when it comes to boxing, because that's what it is. He has proven that. I mean, this guy has beaten people. Some of our favorite names and most talked about names he beat them before they beat him. So this guy is nasty, man. Something nasty. And
he's hey man, those are two great fighters. Though. I give you that.
But back to Big Fish. The reason why I threw his name out there, and the reason why I put his name out there is because I was talking about it earlier, and I'm not. I know we're just knowledge sparring, no beef, brother. To your argument, that's why I said it's a very small group of guys at the top who make top dollar and are looking for top competition. Straight up. Straight up. I'm not trying to be funny about that. I'm not trying to be over compensated over that, but that is the doggone truth, my friend.
Okay, but like I said, there's only that being able to request that, like request the top fights, to saying that, hey, I don't care about the money. I want to fight this guy because he's the best guy. Or he, even if it's a young hungry guy coming up, I'll take that. I'll take that. I don't know, $2 million fight over that $5 million fight because they already made the money. It took they've already solidified and made that money. And just to play devil's advocate, look at Gary Russell's career. Same promotional company, hell of a fighter. Probably one of the greatest talents that we've ever seen, but yet when he called out the big fights, he still couldn't get them because the business of the boxing got into the way of it.
Sure.
Like you got to have a perfect structure.
Well, again, sir, that's why that small group of guys who I was talking about is very small, man. It may just be 3 people, 4 people, 5 people.
Let's go Earl,
Deontay, Canelo, and Gervonta. Those guys have a strong left arm, man. I'm telling you, they can make shit happen. No disrespect to the other, top 5 and top 15 guys. No disrespect. Like those, and to really make it full circle.
Still has the pull he used to?
Oh my gosh! Yes, he's a heavyweight for starters. Yes. Money and heavyweight. Those 2 things. Dog, even Deontay's adversaries, his enemies like him. Everybody likes Deontay. Even the people who don't like him. They talk about him. He's very popular, man. I know it's kind of weird, but especially if you don't really fuck with him like that. But
I think he lost some of his luster.
Man,
I think
that's fine.
But that's also just me being like I've never was the, and I know I'm gonna get killed for this, but I never really was the.
No, you don't fuck with him. All right, you don't. That's cool.
Like, he's cool, but just as a boxer, the way he
no beef.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no beef.
Okay, you got power. Okay, but what else can you do? Like
no beef.
But he's exciting. He's entertaining, and he's probably one of the most entertaining fight boxers to me outside of Andy Ruiz. Like I love the little guy, the little chalupa round motherfucker. Bouncing around. You don't know if he would come in 300 pounds or 220. You just don't know. You don't know what you're getting with him.
Yeah. I'm a huge heavyweight boxing fan. Like that's mostly what I like about boxing is heavyweights.
Yeah, I noticed you always bring up you always tend to lean towards the heavyweights.
The heavyweights, man. I mean, dog, you just go back and watch them old film of heavyweights, man.
Yeah, no, the old heavyweights.
You'd just be like, and when I say old heavyweights, I'm just saying like you'd be like, what the fuck, man? This guy is like 6'3", 215, moving like that, whooping ass like that. It's crazy. So like, that's I know that's not Deontay Wilder, but like he reminds me of that.
Yeah, no, because he's small in comparison to the heavyweights today, who's all like.
Yeah, and he's just one of them. He's just one of them. But like F.A. Jogba's got that body type. Even Stephen Shaw at like 6'1.5", 6'2". He's not that big. They all come in random sizes.
Yeah, no, and you know what? I do respect about that guy. Like he doesn't come in the weight per se of the typical heavyweight. You know, he comes in smaller. I think he's. I can't think of a fighter that came in smaller than him. Actually, I'm trying to think.
Well, that's why I was, kind of happy when, just for the fact of it, just when Usyk won, he beat the bigger guy. So like that whole like big man thing don't really matter.
But I like Usyk, and Usyk can actually box.
I like Usyk. I'm not like super crazy about him, but I do like him. I do like him. I think, shit, man. I actually think a lot of people would.
Do you have something against white fighters, sir?
No. I think a lot of people would give him some work though, for sure. Like he is not. And then I always say this. Look, man, that guy's a natural heavyweight. He's a natural heavyweight who cut weight to get to cruiserweight.
Yeah.
He's a natural. So like all that, whatever y'all want to call him, man, like it is more people could have done that too, is what I'm saying. And I'm not trying to shit on his accolades or anything. I'm just saying, like, dog, that's a fucking heavyweight. So, but he did beat one of the better heavyweights in Anthony Joshua.
He is going to have to go up. Like the guy,
But what was so surprising about that to me was that, like, man, Anthony Joshua fought that guy for 24 rounds and didn't knock him down once. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, that was weird. So, whatever, man. Boxing.
But, it also, like, styles make fights, and they come in with different styles at different times that, to offset it, to alleviate it, or whatever.
Sure thing, yeah. Hey, true.
Because you're not going to come in and be like, oh, you know what? I'm going to give him exactly what he's looking for and make it so his natural style of fighting or his most common style of fighting is going to win against this because you're game playing. You game playing. Just like a football game and whatever they game plan.
That and just the whole science of it, man. Like you really got to be well schooled, and boxing is an art, a martial art as well. And then like you really got to know what the fuck you're doing in there. You really got to know.
Also, your trainers too, because like now you see more than you've seen before. A lot of these trainers are getting exposed, man. Like you're seeing a lot of trainers get out trained or out coached in that ring. You see the frustration, the lost look on their face. They don't have an answer for you. They don't know what the fuck or how the fuck. Like it's just a big difference in talent, skill set, and coaching at times, man.
Yeah, there's that, but there's that's not the whole thing, I just think like
look at Michel Riviere. I think with a different coach.
Well, that's like his third coach. He doesn't have a solid coach.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. Yeah.
So, that's that for you. That's that for you. And as a trainer, man, like you only need one to make it, but like you need to be able. There's that trainer, but a good trainer is a trainer who understands people, their style, their swag, their pedigree, what their strengths, weaknesses are,
what you're made out of, and that comes after years,
and you can bring it out of them. So that's a good trainer.
So, like if you go to a gym, right, and you're like, hey, listen, I got a fight coming up, or I'm trying to get a fight within a year or two. A real trainer, any good trainer that's not just chasing money or just whatever, who truly knows the sport, another sport, he'll tell you maybe 2 years, because he needs to see everything in you. He needs to pull back those curtains, figure everything out, put you on the road to see what you really can
do. Pittsburgh, it's doing that thing again, man. So maybe go back out, come back in, or get to a spot again. Yeah, they're fucking running them packs.
Hell yeah.
Oh my gosh. Fucking in the boondocks, dog.
Yeah, probably up in the mountains or something, or coming down.
Yeah, come through the passes.
Yeah. Don't know
Same
if you're
thing.
talking, man.
Same thing again. Yeah, same thing.
What are you doing?
I'm putting my shoes on the bed, bitch. But no, you know, I think some fighters, their careers were cut short due to promotion, and I think a lot of fighters' careers are made due to promoters. Like it makes it a little murky.
Yeah, same thing again, Pittsburgh, brother. Sorry, man.
It makes it a little bit more murky, a little more difficult.
Yeah, and we've been talking about that kind of thoroughly all night, and like, the way I look at it is like, boxing is truly a Wild West type of sport, man. It's never been regulated, so anything goes, man. As long as it makes money, as long as I make money, as long as you make money, it's
We'll
on.
let it happen. Yeah.
And then through that, it has evolved to what it is today.
But that's why you get people like Al Heyman, because he knows the freaking Wild West.
But right, and know how, but you know, he just knows how to read the situation, the people, and he knows how to read a contract, like words. So, and then you said something just a moment ago that made me my light bulb went off. Like, again, I'll come back to Big Fish.
Mm-hmm.
And I said that strong left arm earlier. He truthfully is his own boss, my dude. He doesn't have a promoter. He's his own promoter. He has an advisor, and he has as far as promotion goes, he's in conjunction with GTB, which is under the PBC banner, which is a television series that showcases boxing.
Mm-hmm.
And they have an outlet of 2 major networks in CBS and Fox who distribute their workings, their showcasing. So coming back to Big Fish, like, you got to think he's working his own shit. He just has an advisor. Now that's a lot, man. That's a lot to handle with the sport and the type of shit that we're talking about, like this Wild West. To be trying to not only, I always say this, dude, boxing or any combat sport is such a brutal way to make money. You got to think, like, this is such a brutal way to make money, and so much is riding on it, man, and so much is happening left and right, and there's a lot of people and a lot of sponsors, and there's a lot of
it's a lot of sharks in the water.
Yeah. Well, just complexities, because you gotta pay him, you gotta break off for her, and you gotta break off from some for yourself, and you gotta again keep this ship afloat. So my point with Big Fish is there are fighters like him, which is very few, man. It's maybe 5 guys who can command shit like that, who make it happen, brother. Like.
But does he really have the power to command and make it happen, or he just has the pull? Because all those fighters that's with Al Heyman have their own.
Well, then why do we complain and say people want to fight each other, but really they don't want to fight each other because they're already contempt, or it's their promotional banner's fault? And I just said that he doesn't have a promoter. He makes it happen for himself. He wants the fights, but he can't force someone to fight him if they don't want to fight him, no matter what, at the end of the day.
I think when I look at people like him, or structures, people that like fighters like that, he has a promoter, just not on paper.
Who promotes?
He's going through Al. He's going through Al. Everything.
Al's not a promoter.
Al's not legally a promoter, but
he's not a promoter, my friend. When have you ever seen him ever come out and rep Errol Spence Jr.? Just since we're talking about him.
I'll hate this with any of the fighters. He doesn't come out and do that with any of his fighters. But he struck the way he structured all their contracts and stuff is that, hey, you have your own promotion company. I'm your advisor.
Well, okay. Well, how many guys has done that or been through that?
You have, what is it, Tank? You
There's
have
one.
Jared Hurd had his. AB had his. Charles was theirs. Earl has his.
Okay, so there's some fighters there, but he's not promoting them. He's advising them. All he's doing is again.
Problem
Hang on.
him and Bob had.
No, Bob is a promoter. Bob
Go ahead.
promotes. So, but again, what he does is he advises them because they have whomever they have and have hired, or whomever is working with Premier Boxing Champions, the PBC, and of course GTB, and I say JTB because they are one of the main promotions, if not the main one, who promote a lot of boxers that they have in their stable. So there's Ringstar, there's Samson Lekowicz, there is even Richard and not Ron Katz, but Richard before he formed Probellum. And of course, they work hand in hand with Top Rank or Max Roop or whomever, because like just using GTB for example, they have advisors too. So if one of their fighters decides to go somewhere else, and fight someone else on another network per se, they have an advisor working with them for, with the Top Rank people. Then there are guys like Stanley Onsis, who isn't with the PBC, but fights under Richard Schaefer. He has an advisor. He doesn't have a promoter. Well, I guess you could say he has a promoter because Probellum is a promotional company. But I'm just going to say for the context of this, Richard Schaefer is his advisor. He doesn't necessarily have a promoter. When have you ever heard anyone come out and say, oh, check out Emmanuel Stanley Onsis, this guy? No one does that for him. So again, back to Al Heyman, he advises these gentlemen. They probably have hired a lawyer or, again, whomever they're working with. They have someone advisor. He just comes in and says, this is good, this is bad, this is ugly.
And you really think that's the extent of his contribution of what he does in that business?
Yes, I really do.
You wholeheartily think that's it?
Yes, I do. Yes, sir. And I'll tell you why again. I'll double down again. It's because I haven't seen any proof to go against that. In fact, he was sued in conjunction by Golden Boy, Oscar De La Hoya, and yes, and of course Top Rank. Why? Because he was advising the boxers, and they were first off, they sued him because they were making more money than they should, and that's just. I mean, you can think of that whatever you want to think of that, but that's if you're a boxer hearing that, you're like, forget that. But my point is, I've never seen proof of any other type of workings that he's been dealt with. He's done nothing. There's no proof of that. So I can't sit here and say that he's done more than what I haven't seen him on, and not because it's on paper in black and white. Just simply, I haven't seen anything else besides of what I've heard from him. And then secondly, when I do research him and go look into his file there, that's what he does. He is a head lead, CIO, CFO, and you go down his accolade list of being a Harvard graduate in the business finance schooling. So he is an advisor, a consultant, a very remarkable one, but he also comes from the music industry and has a pattern of success. So am I to just discount all that with the proof of what he's known for, or should I just believe these fucking Peckerwoods over here who are saying he's doing the total opposite?
So, me personally, Me personally, I believe just because you haven't got caught red-handed doesn't mean you're not doing it. And from the Harvard graduates that I know, like I know a guy who went to Harvard Business, he's fucking amazing at loopholes. He does some shit you be like, this got to be illegal, but it's fucking legal. Because they know, I guess like you said, they know how to fucking read. They know how to read those contracts, read between the lines, and figure out where or like where's those gaps at that no one else is thinking about. And I think honestly, that's what he did. He's in promotion, when you speak about him as a promoter, I think like when it's about Earl Spence and stuff, Big Fish.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
I feel like he's in the same. I feel like he's in the same. Like he's in the same situation as what's his name, Devin Haney. Yes, he has his own promoter. He's his own promoter, right? His own business. But he has to do a lot of But he has to do. But a lot of his fights, all of his major fights, has been in conjunction of or in conjunction with Top Rank or someone else.
Well, in Devin's case, DAZN, because that's where he got his money from. That's how he made his boxing millions.
Yeah.
He became, and that's, and me personally, that's why I signed up for DAZN back in 2019 or 2018 when Oscar De La Hoya came on TV talking about pay-per-view is dead. I got it because of Devin Haney and Canelo. But anywho, and shit, it was $9.99 then, man. Here we are, 2023. It's fucking $20.
Yeah,
he lied, but that's okay.
Right?
I'm a boxing fan. I'm a boxing fan. I pay for all this shit. I'm a boxing fan, so it's all good.
But are you like me? You look up and be like, damn, I'm still paying for this shit, and I'm not getting anything out of it.
Okay. Well, I just canceled it like 6 months ago. Like my birthday's in September. I think I got rid of it like in October. I just and not because like finances or anything like that, just because like I wasn't watching, I wasn't using it. And when I did, I would just watch the classic fights for the most part because I'm not a big UK guy. I think all those guys are trash. Due respect, I love them, but like I think they all suck. Like they're just not. There's no one good over there for me. Even their.
You don't like Yard? You don't like Anthony Yard?
He's
he's
okay.
Still turn the corner and become a better fighter.
He's okay. He's whatever. He's okay.
He's whatever.
He's whatever. Yeah, he's okay.
But do you guys think any of this gonna ever change as long as this stuff is non-unionized and it's not? It's all independent contractors, non-unionized. There's no group setting to forcing change. There's nothing to force anything to change.
Well, if you don't have nothing that's going to structure it and ring it in, it's going to be just like everything else. It'll continue to be this way.
Yeah.
Well, we see that in football too. Football's got a union, and every year that those contracts are up, they fold. They get less and less every year, even with a contract. Even when they're going to negotiate the contract, they give up all the leverage. Why? Because they're not willing to sit out a year or two. They're not willing to sit out. They're not willing to lose money. It just doesn't happen. So I just think that people now with the capitalist system, people get more money, they acquire more things, they have more debt, and they have more things that they're not willing to sacrifice and give up for their next generation. You just don't see that anymore. So I don't see a system where boxing just changes because somebody's got to sacrifice a year or 2 years of losing money for that system, and it's got to be done on a large scale. I just don't see that.
And the sad thing is, a lot of the fighters are already sacrificing just unwillingly. But you got to remember, a lot of these fighters are coming from poor homes or middle class, hardworking families, whichever way you want to look at it. And they are the golden goose for the family as they see it. They are the ones that got to pull their family out of it. So if they're not going to go get it, who else is going to go get it? Because they're the first ones in their family to come up with this opportunity to see this type of money.
But you won't even see the guys at the top that's really making the money. They won't even sacrifice. I'm not even talking about the dudes at the top that's really making the money. We know the guys at the bottom ain't making no damn money. That the guys at the top not willing to sacrifice, and you see it in every genre. Even like I say, football, none of these guys don't want to give up no money. And you see it on your jobs. Like dudes will talk trash all day, but you tell them, hey man, we finna miss work tomorrow. Nah, man, they ain't doing that. They'll
When the
talk
last
all
time
they
you seen
want
a
to
real
talk, but
strike?
when it comes to it, you ain't gonna see it. You're not gonna see it.
Like a
You're
real
not gonna see
solid,
it.
no, we ain't working. We haven't worked in 2 weeks. It ain't happening.
You're not gonna see it. You're not gonna see it.
Didn't they do that in Canada? Like those dumbasses, they're like, we're not working. Like,
Fuck
cause they,
Canadians. Fuck
I forgot what
Canadians.
they did. I forgot what they something. It was like the brigade. You guys remember that? Oh my gosh, though.
Yeah,
I
but
was
that was
like,
they did COVID. The last thing was COVID. The last thing they did was COVID about the mask
I,
mandates and all that shit.
I was like, dog. I was like, you know how much money y'all are missing out? Like, what the fuck? I was like, out here complaining and shit. I was like, dog, just take your ass to work. What the fuck?
I mean, if you're gonna do it, it's got to be in unison, and it's got to be for something, right? You just don't be out there just to be out there, and then y'all got to be together, which is hard to get people to get together, man. But you always got people like, look, if you go on your job, if you're an independent contractor, wherever you are, you got those dudes that they will work from the sun up to the sun down and burn the wheels as much as they can and make as much as they can, and they will steal your work just to get money. So they don't care. Like, yeah, dudes don't care like that. They're not like looking out for their brother next to them and trying in the betterment. People don't. I mean, that sounds good on the internet, but in reality, people don't do that.
Well, it's
So
it's
I
some,
don't
it's
think
some.
it's change.
It's some, but what happens is, so like me, like I'm in the private, I have my own security firm. So like a lot of times I walk in and I've had a few guys I knew of who may have the manpower or already have the revenue that they can afford a contract, right? So I'm like, know what? This contract's a perfect fit for you. You got the guys just sitting. You already got the payroll sitting. Hey, go take this one. Next time you see one that's smaller or that I can handle, pass it to me. You know what they do? Take that one too. So it kind of leads you to be like, damn, I got to be a dog eat dog and just take whatever and do whatever. And I can't because I look at the boxing game like the security game because there isn't no strict pay structure per contract, per site. So let's say I go into a guy and I'm like, listen, I can do this for you for $35 an hour. You're charging off duty cops are charging you $45 an hour. Some huge fucking company would come in and say, well, we'll do it for 18 and just absorb it as just a loss just so they can have another thing on their portfolio. And a lot of these fucking promoters are doing that. They're going to grab fighters that they know they're not going to use, put them on a show because either they're going to be a threat to their golden goose, or they just want to have the most 135 pounders on their roster.
Right. Interesting. Well, that just sounds like regular greed to me. Greed.
That shit sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, but that's business. Business at the higher ends, those dudes backbite and manipulate each other to the umpteenth degree. They talk shit about each other. They publicly go to a reporter to tear down each other's company, and then they'll go play golf. Once they get the deal worked out, they forget all that shit.
Yeah, hey, that shit is weird. That shit is weird. That shit is so weird to me.
No, but business isn't personal. That's where black people got that shit wrong. Business is never personal unless you make it personal. It's just business, right? If I get the best deal and whatever it takes, like it's like the stock market, right? I'll give you the best example of the stock market. If you buy something, somebody had to sell it to you, but you don't know who sold it to you. You just know, see, they come out the air. Somebody had to offload their shares in order for you to get it. And it's the most perfect system because there's no, you don't know who the person is. You don't know, it could be a hedge fund, it could be grandma. You don't know who it is, but it's supply and demand. So somebody has to win and somebody has to lose, and we both will win. Who knows? But that's just.
But you both are gambling on the win. You both are gambling on you being the winner.
Well, it's not gambling so far as it's just business acumen, right? I saw opportunity. You saw the opportunity. That's all it is. Like that emotion stuff is where you get in trouble. Because now you start interjecting stuff that shouldn't be interjected. Like that business don't have no place for. We can all agree we could work with people that will probably never go to their birthday parties. We'll probably never go to the New Year's party. We ain't gonna be at each other's house eating dinner, none of that shit. But we finna make this money together. That's where the line should be. And we, unfortunately, we make things too personal, because you'll see even boxers, you'll see people fall out with their agents and then they get all personal. Like, nah, man. Like, you pay somebody to do a service, they did the service, you paid them. That's it. Like, it's nothing more to it. Now, at some point, you say, hey, I don't like your services no more. I'm going with this guy. That should be the end of it. It shouldn't be, I want to crash and burn your security firm and say your firm is crap. It's no good. It's this, that, and the third. I got to expose you and all that. Like, nah, man, just go to another firm. Like, why do you have to destroy somebody else because you no longer want to do business? That's that emotional BS that's going
normally
on.
what they do is now they'll just like, they'll wait, and if you grasp enough of the little stuff and you're doing a couple of big ones, they'll say, okay, we'll bring you as a subcontractor or minority business development program, or hey, we just buy you outright. We'll just buy you outright just so you can get out our hair, or just so we can have something else to, some other certifications we need.
Yeah, that's just business greed. But if necessary, yeah, it may be necessary. Yeah.
Yeah, and that might not be a bad deal for the person that's selling. That's another thing. Like, sometimes people have a business and a bigger company want to take them over, and they're like, "Oh man, you selling out? Am I really?" Like put it like
you put
this.
your
like,
passion and your heart into that, though.
But think about it like this, though.
But not everyone thinks like that.
No, but that's not necessarily true, though. Think of it like this: if you start up like Amazon, Apple, Tesla, these companies, these guys who own less than 10% of these companies, right? Before they went public, they owned 100% of those businesses, right? With the exception of Tesla, because he didn't own that company. So let's say Amazon, for example. This guy owned 100% of his business. They went public. They put out so many shares. He was the majority holder of the company, right? So he ends up with all these shares. Every year, he's got a whole nother business that he wants to start up. But he wanted to keep that private. So what he does is every year, currently, for probably the last 10 years, he's been selling like $1 billion worth of Amazon shares. To keep that private. Yeah, keep that private and keep funding that other passion. So, I mean, he still runs that corporation. He doesn't need 100% in order to run that company. That's just like that. The fantasy that you need 100%, you don't need 100%. You just need to be the majority shareholder to run that company. And that's what I'm saying, like the business part of it and the emotion of I started as my baby, you can still run your company if you talk to the right people and you structure out stuff the right way. We just don't talk to enough people to figure things out, because it doesn't make a difference if you own 100% or you would you rather have 100% of AI or own 10% of a warehouse that produces 1 million pies a day? Like, what are you trying to do? That you can open up not only a pie store, but now you can open up, a whole nother company up besides that. So now you're
that right there just explained boxing. You just right there explained to me what I think how Al Heyman is structuring and doing deals. Why he's giving them, oh yeah, you could be your own promoter.
I mean, but I don't think he's doing nothing wrong. You got to think of it like this, like Steph was saying, the other two other promotional companies sued him. And I think Top Rank sued twice.
But why did they do it? Because he was given the product the most money that they could get. Like, that's come on, man.
Exactly.
But now we look in how many years later, and we see how that has affected us.
What do you mean?
Because now because he has to pay out so much, we have to pay because we're the end user. So if we're the end user, we have to now pay for the inflation of everything. If he's giving all these guys the top dollar, who's going to pay for it? It's not just coming out of his pocket. He's in it for business.
It's only a small group of guys who are experiencing those type of blessings regardless.
Yeah, but he's going to. But that's. But more than just that small group of guys are going to lump.
And also that small group of guys, right? Like, you got to think, us the consumer, or that's who we pay for. That's who we obviously are interested in. So,
and if they get paid less money, it doesn't guarantee that we're going to get better fights. Just because the fighters get paid less money, that doesn't guarantee that you get a better fight. That just means
but we priced out
stuff more money in their pocket. But think about it. No matter what percentage of that budget that they have for the fight, they're chopping up that pie. It's just what percentage of that pie that the fighter is getting. They're not getting a bigger pie. It's the same pie. It's the same budget. It doesn't matter. So the things they're suing over,
they're getting a bigger percentage of that.
No, the promotional company, right? We're talking the promotional company.
The fighter's getting a bigger promotion, a bigger cut of it because that's why they sued them. That's if you're going to pay these guys, if they're laborers and you're paying your day laborers $40 an hour, the same thing as a journeyman or a union worker, then now the rate for the journeyman or the union worker has to go up. And if that doesn't go up, we still have to charge more for our whoever's working on the contract. We got to charge Mr. Johnson more for his roof. We got to charge Miss Smith more for her HVAC unit.
No,
at
combo.
the end of the day, someone's got to pay for that.
No, combo. Hang on, Pittsburgh. Hang on, Pittsburgh. Yeah. Now, combo. You know, what you just said, I disagree wholeheartedly with, because that very question that you're asking has been asked a million times, and it's always going to be asked. How do you guys make your money? Now, if you go to Tay Jones's YouTube channel, he asked that very question to the executive producer, the top executive for Showtime Sports, Stephen Espinoza. I've even got to ask Stephen himself these type of questions. Shout out to Chicken Talk on Twitter. But anywho, he asked that question, and this is going to go back to your Al Heyman criticisms. He gives the fighters, and I say he because that's just using Showtime for the example. They give 90% of the profit, 90% of the workings, the dealings, 90% of what they are given to the product, to the fighters. So 10%, a small amount, is what they keep and what they keep to make the whole show run.
So you're saying that they're giving them their share?
Yes,
that's
exactly.
what I'm asking you. Okay.
Because guess what? The networks, talking about Steven now, they're the motherfuckers who fund it anyway. They're the ones who literally fund it. They pay everybody, including the promoters. So they can do whatever they want to do with their money, man. Straight up.
It's not gonna change the price though. Because think of it like this: inflation is 7% a year. So that means no matter what, things are gonna go up on average 7%, give or take up or down a percentage. So no matter what, things are going up. Like they're not going down; they're going up. Especially when you're talking about services and labor. So that's never gonna change. Now, as far as like who gets what piece of what pie, that's a whole different thing. Now, when you start dealing with that, like Steph was saying, the top level, they have more negotiating power, obviously. But in that group setting, if you throw it in a group, then everybody has that type of leverage. But it's almost impossible to get these guys to thinking that in that level that you're getting on a whole platform. You might get a few exceptions to the rule, but when you have these independent contractors like that, you need a group to have leverage to make any kind of economic change like that. And that's what the problem is right now.
Okay, so you're saying the productions, the TV production stuff, they're the ones who's paying for the fights, and
yes,
the promoters or whoever you want to say is breaking down a piece of the pie, right?
Yes.
So what happens when that production label, whatever you want to call it, they're not seeing the returns that they want? Then they go from free to pay-per-view, correct?
No. I'm sorry, because no. Can you say that over again? My bad, brother. Because my bad.
So what happens? So what happens when the TV channels or whatever you want? What did you call it? The TV channels? However you say it.
The networks.
What happens when the networks? What happens when the networks stop seeing the money the numbers that they're supposed to see, or that they want to see, or they need to see to stay afloat?
I'm not too sure. You would have to ask them that.
But somebody has to pay. right?
What do you mean by somebody has to pay? Do you mean the networks in order for it to be showcased and distribute to us, the consumer?
No. So if the networks are already giving them whatever amount of money to put on these fights,
right,
and then they're saying, okay, we're not getting the viewership that we need.
Okay.
We're not making our numbers.
Okay.
So then in return, how do we keep this on? Well, we got to now do pay-per-view. And every fight comes out as a pay-per-view.
I mean, sure, because like I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but I mean, look, again, man, the networks per se can do whatever they want to do, bro. It does not matter. And here's the good part. Just using Showtime for the example, they are not only interested, that they are invested into boxing. So they have been showcasing boxing for the better part of almost 40 years now. So and they do a lovely job, a terrific job, fantastic job. So I mean, who knows to that question? And I think that's a loaded question, really. But what I do know for sure is what I just said. I'll double down again. Those guys are invested. Same thing as that goes for Top Rank too. And then if not, look, man, I mean, we got Black Prime, or we got all these other type of applications and different ways that boxing is distributed. You know, it's not just on television anymore. It's on cable. It's on pay-per-view.
Correct.
It's on Fight TV.
Correct.
It's on the internet, as well as other
Correct.
combat sports. So, you know, only time will tell. That's the real profit. That's the real profit there.
Yeah, but remember, they're in the business of making money, and then most of those networks that we talking about, they're child companies under these big Paramounts and these other companies. And these companies, they're getting their budgets every single quarter, that they're having line items and they're going and reviewing all this stuff. So they're not throwing money away. Nobody's throwing money away in business. That's not happening. They're trying to make money, especially now as tight as things have gotten. So, I mean, either, like, if it's a movie, like, you ever seen them make a movie? Like, they made Mission Impossible, and they didn't put that shit out for like a year and a half.
Because they needed to make their money off of it.
Exactly. So, so point being is, and then they held the rest of them. They changed the structure of how they were putting out the rest of them. They start putting them out on the internet. So that happens a lot. Like, businesses always reinvent themselves. Like, that'll always happen. That'll never not happen. So the outcome of it is kind of hard to say, like Steph is saying, because it's constantly changing. Like, the business models of things, they always change.
But you're saying exactly what's going on now. Our fights the fights that we want to see are being held until they can put it out where it's going to make the most money. I'm not saying that they're throwing the money away. I think in some of those cases it is. It's either too many hands in the pot, too much greed, or somewhere up top they're saying we're not, because somebody got to pay for the cameras, production, the airing. Well, it used to be commercials. You don't even see commercials anymore, man. I don't know. Who knows? You barely even see commercials about these prices coming out.
But all parties got to agree, though. So like we can't say that there's no money. It's just somebody's expecting more money than networks.
Somebody's taking more than their share.
So
yeah.
So that could be anybody. That could be anybody. And on top of that, the model that they're trying to get, that could be changing. Like, all that percentages and guarantees and all that, those models are constantly changing. Look, Amazon put out what's the movie that Eddie Murphy did?
Coming to America, yeah. They put that straight out. Coming to America.
Straight on Amazon. It never went to the movies.
Yeah.
Never made
but
a
that was
dollar.
also during COVID, and they did a cheaper production. They did everything. No, they didn't, brother.
Look at how much money Amazon has their own production. Look at how much money they spend.
That's what I said. They did everything in house,
but it still cost them a lot of money. Like put it like this: the amount of money they put out on normal movie theater would wait and put that in the movie theaters and make money. Amazon put that on their own platform. So as I'm saying, like, businesses is constantly evolving the value of things and how they're going to make money. It doesn't always have to be a pay-per-view or monetary. It could be strictly promotional. It could be a lot of different things. So it's hard to say which way the business wants to flex. And on top of that, these companies aren't the bigger of the companies. Showtime isn't the bigger of Paramount. So they're up under somebody else that's making those decisions as far as what they're doing. So they can literally give away a fight. They can literally give away a fight just to promote something else. They can literally do that. So it doesn't have to be the way that you're saying. That's what I'm saying. It could be any number of things. We can't just look in the frame of they're just stopping the fight. It could be any number of things. We don't know.
No, it's exactly. I'm not saying that it's just that. I'm saying that with paying these fighters a higher share.
Hey, Kyle, Vespucius is backstage, Kyle, if you can hear me.
Kyle, no, we're trying to get out of that confused
But you said something, man, that made me feel real nostalgic. You know what I missed? I missed that Budweiser sign in the middle of the ring. I really missed that. I mean, growing up as a kid, that was the big fights. You know, it had the Budweiser thing in the middle of the ring.
Yeah. Now it's like it's proper 12.
Yeah.
Or it used to be Tecate or what's that, Australia? You know.
I don't know. Something about the little red Budweisers in the corner. I don't know.
Yeah, I missed that too, man. Budweiser was a good one.
Yeah, but we just don't know. We don't know what goes on in that business stuff. Everybody speculates what happens, but nobody. Even the fighters, to a degree, they're not necessarily sitting at the table, even if they're independent. The fighter himself isn't sitting at the table like, let me see that contract. No, I don't like this line in it. No, he's got his own fucking lawyers, and those people sitting there going through all that shit. Like, man, the internet is a weird place, man. It just distorts reality from what it actually is sometimes, man.
Correct. But I'm looking at it as the way I deal with contracts, right? Where they say, hey, you have a budget of, let's say, $60,000 this year, and this is just purely on trash pulls, right? So I know throughout the year I gotta find me a contractor that's gonna be able to pick up these dumpsters, do these trash pulls, and they gotta come in around 40. Because I still gotta account for the pools that, you know, the extra pools, if it's a party, if it's a park event, if there's something going on where I gotta get an extra dumper or an extra dumpster or extra roll off, or it's a renovation going on somewhere. So I still gotta account for that in my budgeting. So as I'm going through my year and I'm looking at what I'm spending out every month, I got it on my tracker, I'm tracking it, what I'm spent on this month, what I spent on that month. Eventually, someone's going to have to pay for that inflation, because when it comes to the fourth year of the contract option, right? They say, okay, the 4-year contract actually got you at 30,000 for the first year. By the time we come to the fourth year, we're at 60, where they only gave me 70, or they only gave me 80. So now I got to pull back, or now I got to start charging some of these offices for extra trash cans or extra pools and stuff like that. The things I was giving away for free, I just can't do anymore. Just in my budget, the higher up they're not going to give me more money. And that's just how I see this going on with boxing. Possibly my assumption is that, hey, this person's getting more money. Not saying it's the fighters. It could be, like you said, it could be anyone, right? It's so many hands in that pot. Who the fuck knows? But someone's getting more than their share, and now we're paying for it as the end user.
Well, I mean, I think that only happens. See, just the way I look at it, I could be wrong. Like, the event itself is the event. Like, we take the event sometimes and we make it this big giant thing when it's just a individual fight, right? A individual fight is not all fights, right? So a individual fight, there's going to be a budget for that fight. Somebody determines what that budget is going to be, and all parties have to agree on that budget, how that money is going to be distributed and what they're going to do with it, right? So individually, a lot of things go into that. Like, most of those companies are, like I said, they're smaller companies under bigger companies. So you got to think, most of those, like the Paramounts and Disneys, those companies, they set their budgets quarter to quarter. They don't set their budgets annually like you set your budget. Like, if you look at their stock report, they have analysts that analyze their stock and how much it is, whatnot. Every quarter they're having, like at the end of the quarter, they'll have a quarterly that'll come out, right? And at the
Okay.
end of those quarterly numbers, the CEO will come out, and then he'll set a prediction for the next quarter, right? And then they'll say we're going to either expecting more or we're expecting less for subscriptions or whatever the case may be, for revenue. Somewhere through the quarter, they adjust that, right? But that's a quarter-to-quarter thing. It's not an annual thing for the most part with publicly traded companies. They don't set their budget for the most part for the beginning of the year. I personally have never seen it. I could be wrong, but I've never seen it.
No, you can be completely right. Like I'm looking at it on the side of, like I told you, go to Congress.
I'm listening, guys,
get,
but I'm gonna fall back for just a second. I'm listening now.
Okay. Like so, we got to go to Congress. We got to ask for a certain amount of money, and they'll say, "This is what you got for the year." Now, you spend 1 penny over, you gotta go back, motherfuckers, and explain to them that you spent 1 red penny over. Now you they fucking no more than that, unless you have to get a hell of a about a bunch of stuff. It's basic bureaucrat shit. So that's why I could be completely wrong. So I'm looking at it structured in that way. But if you're saying that they do it quarterly and they adjust, then that makes sense. Like you change it in the middle.
Looking at it from
I need to go here and do this and do that.
Yes, see, you're looking at it from the scope of government. That's how government operates, right? And even within government, they have a lever. And most of those I don't know if it was you or somebody else was on here. Most of those businesses, most of the government, they trigger off the CPI number. That's usually like that second quarter of the year, that number, that consumer protection, that inflation number. That's what they roll off of. That's the trigger or the lever. So even though they set up, right now they're going over the budgets for next year, they put in the lever that if the CPI report comes in hot or cold, then you're going to get an increase or a decrease based on that number. So they put those levers in there. That's how the government runs. Private companies don't necessarily run like that, right? Unless it's like a union contract when it deals with labor, and then they'll put that in the labor contract that the second year, the second CPI number, if it comes in hot or it comes in cold above this number, then we'll give you a cost of living increase. So private businesses are a little bit different than the way that the government structures out those contracts. It's not necessarily the same thing. So like the idea that these companies are running out of money or any of that stuff, that's kind of hard to say because we don't know the ins and outs. But I'll tell you, corporations don't run like businesses. That's not how they perform. Go start looking at Disney quarterly reports. Look at Paramount quarterly reports, and you'll even see people to say, like with Showtime and them, in the second quarter, they said they were losing this many subscribers. Yeah, but they had 2 more quarters after that. What happened after that? So you know what I mean? Like you can't like subscribe 1 quarter to the entirety of the year because it's 4 quarters in a year.
Yeah, you could have recouped on the back end.
Yeah, you never know. And then they adjust for that. They adjust up and down based on the quarters. They know which quarter is going to be slow and they're anticipating. They could possibly be wrong, but they're constantly adjusting for that. The business side of it is real messy, it's real murky, and it gets complicated because it's not a direct path, right? Like Hulu is owned by Disney, right?
Yeah.
ESPN is owned by Disney, right? And yeah, so you start looking at like the path to somebody. First of all, you got to figure out who owns what.
Who's the parent company of everything?
Yeah. And then you got to figure out that
Disney. That's how I got my stocks with Disney. I was working at a place called ESPN Zone, and I didn't even know that was fucking Disney. And they started like, "Yo, you got discounts here." I'm like, who is this Disney guy? Like, this ain't the car. This must be other than the cartoon, dude. And it was like, nah, we own everything. Like, whatever you can think that they don't own, we own it. I was like, holy shit. Of course, it's early 2000. I was like, yo. And the lady was like, yo, just take this stock, sign up for it. Just don't even touch it. Just hold on to it.
Yeah. But that's why some people, like in the mornings, people need to start paying attention. I think I said this a while ago. You got to pay attention to the unemployment numbers, which is every Thursday. Every Thursday, the first month of the first month of the first Thursday of the first month. Like so January, whatever the first first Thursday of that month would be. That's when they do the unemployment numbers. Following that unemployment number, they do the CPI number, and then they do the PPI number. If you just follow those three things, it'll open up your eyes to a lot of stuff. You'll really see how the economy moves. Not because some of these
Well, that's a few of the things that the economists actually look at.
Yeah.
Like the economists, that's what they look at.
Yeah, they have to. That's the only thing they got to guide everything. Like they can't. That's the only place they got to base everything off is that. They got nothing else to base it. And then also what they're doing too now, I don't know if you heard this.
And the spending.
They figured out the spending, yeah. But they also figured out that we're not going to have enough people. We're going to be underpopulated by 2100. We're not going to have enough people being populated as Earth. We're underpopulated. We're not replacing people fast.
Yeah.
And that's been documented. So it's a lot of stuff that happened that sometimes we kind of like push in government stuff with private stuff. Private market works a little bit different than the public market. And sometimes we kind of like merge them together and we want them to be the same, but it's not the same thing. And it's hard to understand it.
Nah, I feel you.
So it's hard to get these fights, hard to figure out the business part. And then, like I said, the fighters, they're not independent. They're not a union or a group. They're individual fighters that deal with their individual event. Each individual event is handled different.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Nah, but so me, like I said, me personally, when I listen to it, and that
I can hear
my
you.
problem is when I listen to it, I translate it into my day-to-day and daily life or what I do over here with that. So I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense because if you have, they submit a contract, the contract comes with a 4-year option. Each year it goes up. How you? Bro. And in how we have to adjust is, let's just say, go back to the trash can scenario. If it's trash cans, then I may not be able to get trash pulled twice a week. I may go down. I might adjust and go to once a week because, like I said, I still have that I only have that one pot of money that I got to pull out of. But what you're saying is, on the private side, they can adjust. They can adjust right there, or at least the next quarter and say, well, we need to move these funds this way and we can add to the pot. And they don't have to do, I guess, no crazy justification. Because on this side, man, you gotta explain to them your mother's blood type.
Yeah, but that's always been the private model. Like if you look at the private model, it's always quarter to quarter. Like people aren't aware of that don't have stocks. If you have a stock, you have any stock and you pay any halfway attention to it, at the end of the quarter, you're going to get a quarterly report. You're going to get a CEO that's going to come out and talk about the production. They're going to talk about the margins. They're going to talk about all that good shit. And then they're going to tell you what their prediction is for next quarter. And based on that prediction, most of the time for next quarter, either the stock is going to plummet or it's going to go up. If they foresee themselves having more growth, it's going to go up. If they foresee themselves having less growth, it'll go down.
And that being those mails, like when Fidelity send me the mail and shit like that, that being that pack of that paper and shit with all the words.
No.
But they send me a joint and they had like all these, they had numbers and then say like the stock, the rate, the interest, and there's like a letter on the front if it's a new CEO or new whatever. Or that's something different. I don't read none of this shit anyway. I just want to know what they're saying.
Yeah, you need to start reading, brother. It could be any number of things. So sometimes you get notifications when they have shareholder meetings. Sometimes you'll get notifications when they want your vote. They have some of them have an annual shareholders meeting. Where if you don't own the common shares, you own the premium shares that you can actually vote on. Then they'll send you something out. It depends. They send different letters. Sometimes they're being sued. If they have been delisted, they'll notify you that. So it just depends. They send out letters for a lot of different reasons. If you keep up with that kind of stuff, it just reframes your day to day because none of us are CEOs that's listening to this stuff and watching it. But you can't reframe your creative thought to not be so narrow-minded into thinking that, like you said, like most people, what they do, they don't. It's not how their stuff is structured. It's not set up like that. Then you even get people that's listening to this stuff now. They don't want to call in. You ever notice, like, you never really see people really balance that get on like podcasts and stuff like that. They don't do. Like most CEOs, with the exception of Elon Musk and maybe Kathy Woods, that can really handle that kind of pressure. Most of them stay in the background, and you got to look up like who's the CEO of Disney. Like those dudes are.
No,
like,
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Background, way quietly in the background. The best thing they can do is quiet. You don't even see.
Yeah, like I didn't even know Disney don't have ESPN zones no more. Like I just thought the one in DC closed. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know they shut all that down. So I guess you got to pay a little bit. Me personally, the way I get like the stocks I have, like I said, I told you before, the Starbucks, the Disney, and I had Carvana, but I sold that. But like shit like that, I just get it and I just might hold on to it. You know, like I think this might do something somewhere down the road. I'll get it and I'll literally forget the fucking that I had. I don't want to sit there all day looking at a computer like, oh, what's this number? What's that? I'm not doing that, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? When I had grabbed Carvana, it was like $14 a share. I grabbed a few of them. There, you know, it got up to 45. I sold them because somebody told me. It was like, yo, sell it. My brother, he was like, sell it, sell it, sell it. So I sold it. Then I look up later, like, God damn, that shit hit like 80, 90. I was like, damn, why did I listen to him?
Yeah, but like
he's the same dude who told me don't buy it. He's like, don't buy that.
Yeah, but a lot of this stuff you don't have to complicate your life with it, bro. We like all busy. Everybody got stuff going on. I give you a website you can go to, and you can do like simple. You don't do the math for you. Keep your math real simple. So with this math I'm gonna give you, I know whatever you're doing, you can always listen back to this. If you start off, you only got $1 to say you want to invest today. You got one solid dollar. That's all you get. You can call Charles Schwab, Fidelity, TD Ameritrade, Robinhood, whoever you want to be your broker and open up your broker. You get $1. Yeah. You can open up your brokerage account and be able to buy and sell stocks, right? Now, once you get that whole account, you're going to have to see those little micro deposits, and you're going to have to confirm them. If you deposit $300 every month into that account, and with those $300, if you buy any of the bigs, the majors, the Chevron, the Apple, the Microsoft, any of those, as long as you yield over 8% a year, an annual return of 8% a year, I'm going to give you a website that you can go on and you can look it up. It's called investor.gov. Investor.gov. Now,
I'm familiar with that.
Yep. Go in there and it'll say, okay, what are you starting with? So you're gonna put in, I start with $1. It's gonna ask you how much you put in monthly. You're gonna put in, I put in $300. And it's gonna ask you what percentage. So you're gonna put 8%. Now, inflation is 7%. So you're only doing 1% better than inflation. So you're only making 1% off your money. You're keeping with the common price and you're making 1% off your money. That's all you're making. So if you do this over 10 years, you'll have almost $50,000 in your account if you just keep with inflation. And most of those stocks that I told you, they will all leverage you out on average above 8%. So if you think over 10 years at just $300, that's a bare minimum. That's like $75, give or take a couple bucks a week. And you know, that's not that hard to find. That's from you getting rid of that stupid phone that they leasing to canceling Uber Eats. That'll give you $75 a week right there.
Yeah.
Canceling a subscription online. Or getting another job. If all need job is what you get.
$300 a week, that's what I spend on. I spend that on alcohol. So you know what I'm saying? I know like if I put that on something else. I just personally, I don't like to watch the numbers. Like I had grabbed, so like I said, I buy what I like. Like I buy what I like. Like I went to a gas station called Valero. Like, they had food in it I liked. So I was like, dude, let's look at the stock. So I bought something. But I normally just like figure. I always just figure you set it, you forget it, and then
You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But I do want to tell you, you know, I did contact my benefits coordinator at my job and stuff after we had that conversation and try to figure out my TSP and to pay the motherfuckers over. So I'm gonna go ahead and just knock that out. They told me what they want. I'm gonna go ahead and bust that down. I don't know if I just want to take it out of my savings or I don't know.
Well, do it. Well, what's the interest rate? What's the interest rate that they're charging you to pay it back? What is the interest rate?
I didn't ask them. They told me, yeah, I can pay. I owe this much. They did say, but I didn't pay attention. They told me this is what you owe still. You got this many amount of payments, and this is what you owe. I was like, all right.
Okay, so
all I heard is I need to come up with that money that I owe.
Okay, so remember this. Inflation is 7% annually. That's inflation. So in order for you to just keep pace, you need to make at least 7%. So if you're borrowing money less than 7%, then you should not be in a hurry to pay that off. You get me? Because you borrow money at a lesser rate than you would have earned the money. You get me?
Okay. Well, like I said, I just figured like I looked at that shit like I'm not making no money off of it. I don't care about it, and I wanted to buy that. I wanted to buy that Benz. I wanted. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to buy the Maybach. So I was like, fuck it. If I can take this money from me and grab this, and they just let me get the. I just shot my shot. They gave it to me. I was like, fuck yeah.
But you can't get the money out. So even let's say you pay them off today, right? You pay them off to get the money back. They're still not going to let you withdraw the money without paying it back with the interest. So,
Correct.
Your volume checked up, bro.
Yeah, your mic is out, but you're right. You're correct that they're not going to let me get more money out. They won't let you get more money out. And what they did was they made me raise my contribution rate. So what I didn't even notice that I was contributing more than I was contributing before, plus paying it. Oh, bro,
Hey, you got this
I
down
need your
again,
information. You fucking up. I need your information. It's the man trying to hold you back, man. The man trying to hold you back.
Hey, audio jacked up again, bro.
Yeah, he going through them. He probably he on the road.
Yeah, it's been giving him a problem all night though.
Yeah, he getting to that money though. Shit, fucking. I mean, he been getting to that money all night. That's what I hear.
Oh yeah. He know his stuff, man. He know his stuff. So I'll tell my grandson about it. My grandson 13. Yeah, you better know. Yeah,
all right.
yeah, roll.
So look, this is the thing with those retirement plans.
God damn, man. I want the information, but your phone acting stupid as hell. Come on, man. Try again. Don't quit.
Hey, what you talking on, Lamar? I mean, Pittsburgh. Is that you don't have a parrot? Or you on some earbuds?
I think it's his signal.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, that's his signal. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Copy that. Copy that.
It's just the signal itself because I'm going in and out of bad zone. But this is what you gotta do, brother, before my signal go out again. You're gonna have to figure out what the interest rate that you're paying that money back is, right? And you have to make a determination with yourself: is it worth you paying that off early, right? But what you don't need to be doing is giving back any more money than it takes for you to pay that money back in the meantime. So if they're taking 4 or 5% out of your check, do not give them 7% until you figure out the actual percentage rate that you're paying back. Reason being is that let's say you pay back a higher percentage than what they're asking. If they're only charging you 5% to pay the money back, that's cheaper than the money that you can borrow. So you're doing yourself a disservice by paying it back early because inflation is at 7% typically. So if you're under the inflation rate, then you just pay back what you have, and anything going forward, what you would do is you open up your regular brokerage account if you don't already have one. As simple as Robinhood, and you take that additional money and you put it in there and you buy stock. Reason being, that money is liquid. So you could buy, trade, and sell immediately within the same calendar day and get that money liquid without having to make a phone call. You can do all that through an app. What's the difference? You're going to have to pay that money back, but you don't want to go over and above what you're going to do because it's not going to do you any good, is what I'm saying.
No. So what I did do after that conversation the other night, I contacted, like I said, I have a Fidelity and a Schwab because I think it was like AutoZone or ESPN. One of them gave me Schwab, and then Starbucks gave me Fidelity, right? So I'm trying to figure out which one to go to. So I've been talking to a few different people. Which one should I just put, or if I can, I don't even know if I can do that, but it's put everything into one. Because apparently I've been paying fees. But I don't know. I don't look at the shit. Like literally I treat it like junk mail. The shit go to my mama's house. That's how I treat it.
No, you cost yourself money. So this is what you need to do. This is two things you need to do. And you need to do this like ASAP, because especially now because of the way the market is. So the first thing you need to do, you need to figure out how much interest you're paying for that loan. Number one and foremost. Number two, you need to open up a brokerage account. Even though you said you have one with Charles Schwab, you want to open up a brokerage account with Charles Schwab or E-Trade or Robinhood. It really doesn't matter which brokerage account you pick. Robinhood is a simple one. Like I said, E-Trade or Schwab or TD Ameritrade, any of those, right? And because what you're going to do is, like any money that you're putting investing forward, you're going to buy on common stock market, and you're going to be able to buy and sell that stuff and trade it at any opportunity that you feel like it, without any restrictions, without having to, you don't even have to call anybody 90% of the time with that stuff. Now, as far as your retirement account, if you no longer work at the company, you can transfer that money over into your IRA most of the time. You can transfer that stuff over to the IRA if you no longer work there. If you still work there, that depends, because it depends on how they structure it. Sometimes companies will put restrictions on there where they make it virtually impossible for you to transfer that money, those monies out of that retirement account into another retirement account, because a lot of times you'll find out that these brokers that they're using, or brokerages, they don't handle anything other than that. For example,
so how did you figure out if you got money there? Because like I never even, like those old companies, dude. I figured when I left, that shit was it. I don't think about, honestly, I never thought about the money I put in it, the retirement, or even the stocks that I purchased through them. I just roll the fuck out. So do I call the company and be like, yo, y'all got some money for me? Or it's like the way I found out about the Fidelity, I called them and they was like, yeah, I gave my social and everything. They're like, yeah, you've been with us since 2004.
Yeah, so you had to call the company. If you had any type of retirement account, you had to call the company and say, hey, I was working for you guys at this time period. Who handled the retirement funds at this time? And they'll tell you what broker has it. Then you pick up the phone and call them and see if you got an account. And then from there, once you figure out who has the retirement account, you can transfer that money into an IRA, which is an individual retirement account. And that's what I was telling you last time. Now once you get into an individual retirement account, now the game has changed, because now you're playing on an even field. So when you buy shit in that individual retirement account, you're gonna buy a stock, Google for example. Say it's $90 today, right? You're gonna spend $90 per share for how many shares you buy or how many partial shares you buy. Once you buy those shares, say you don't touch it from here to now for the next 5 years, you're not gonna be charged monthly. You're not gonna be charged quarterly. You're not gonna be charged annually. Until you sell that stock again, that's what you're going to be charged. The only time you get charged is commission fees. And right now, there's no commission fees on buying stock. Now, the difference is when you have a 401k, they charge you a maintenance fee every month, every quarter, and every year. So just on that aspect alone, that's why you want to get that money out of the 401k, and you want to open up a brokerage account, preferably with Charles Schwab and E-Trade because I know for a fact that they have a IRA. So you can open up a regular brokerage account and you can open up an IRA at the same exact time. Both of those things at the same time with the same company. And what happens is once you get your documents from whoever you have the 401k, if you're no longer working there, most of the time they'll let you transfer those funds from that account into the IRA. And once it gets transferred into the IRA, you can leave it as it is, which is usually a mutual fund, or you can sell it and buy stock with it. And it's still in a retirement account. The same principles apply. You get charged an early termination fee if you get out of it before you get to 55 and a half, right? If you get out after 55 and a half, you don't. So I think it's 10% extra. So you're gonna pay I think it's 20% because you never paid. If you get it pre-tax, you never pay taxes on it, so you pay 20%. An additional 10% if you do an early termination fee of taking the monies out early. So as far as the retirement account, as you can see, it's not very beneficial for you to touch that money before you get to 55 and a half or 62. That's why you have a regular brokerage account. And that was what you construct your basically your rainy day fund. So let's say those same $300 we were talking about outside of your retirement account, you go forward, you put $300. Let's say you put $400 a month into that, at least $300 bare minimum, right? In 5 years, you're gonna have 5 years. You'll have $3,000. It's $3,600. What's that, about $3,600 annually times 5. That's like what 18 grand plus interest, inflation. You're probably about 30 grand, right? With just making it 8%. If you look at any of those big tech stocks from the Google, the Facebook, the Apple,
I think he went out, bro.
but their minimum, how many up is long?
Oh, he's back now.
He back.
Hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anytime you want to sell, so if you buy today, you can literally sell it in 5 minutes. Now you want to keep the stock past 2 years. If you don't keep it past 2 years, you hit
your window down.
He's gone again, bro. You got that motor sound again.
There you go. You back?
Yeah. You hear me?
Yeah.
So there's different fees depending on how long you sell the stock as far as taxes. If you keep something over 2 years, you pay less taxes. If you keep it under 2 years,
so I should have no taxes on my stocks.
Goes up.
I should have
no
no
you
taxes.
still got taxes because it's a retirement. So that's brokerage. That's just regularly buying stock. What you bought is a retirement account. So that is based on that is heavily taxed if you do it before 55 and a half or 62, depending on which one you do. But if you buy brokerage, like just straight up buying stock off the street, I want to buy Apple stock. That depends. Anything over 2 years is long-term stock. It's traded at a lesser rate than anything under 2 years. I don't know the exact rates. You have to look them up. So those are two different things. So you actually, what I'm telling you to do is open up 2 different accounts. So even though you say you got one with Schwab, you still want to open up one, like I said, with Charles Schwab, E-Trade, or TD Ameritrade. You're going to open up an account. You're going to open up 2 accounts at the same time. One is going to be IRA for your individual retirement account, and one of them is going to be a regular brokerage account for you to buy stocks. Nothing fancy. So because it's nothing fancy, it doesn't matter which company you open it with, but what you'll find out is only a few companies that are going to let you do the retirement account plus the regular stock account. So that's why I'm mentioning those, because I know for a fact E-Trade and Charles Schwab let you do both. So
okay. Yo, hold on. You out. All right, you back. back.
Yeah, but you want to open up an account, and like I said, first step, get the interest rate that you're paying back for the loan, right? Figure that out first, right? And then figure out how much further you have to go. And then you got to do the math yourself to figure out is it beneficial for you to pay it off or not beneficial. That's completely up to you. I mean, if it's under inflation, then you might want to rethink it. Completely up to you. But going forward, you need to open up a regular brokerage account because that's not a retirement account. So with the regular brokerage account, if you buy, let's say you buy, $5,000 worth of Apple stocks a day, and you keep that till next beginning of next year, and now that $5,000 is worth $8,000. Now you're not being penalized the additional 10%. You're paying the regular taxes on that, which is short-term taxes. If you put it in a retirement account, you're going to pay an additional 10% for early termination. So that's the difference. You don't want to do that. You just want to have a regular account.
So
now, taxes,
like when I bought that stock with Carvana, I just called I called Fidelity. Like, I'm trying to get, I got this much money. How many can I get for this? They gave me that, and when I wanted to sell it, I just called them and was like, yo, I want to get my money from this. And they took a nice ass portion. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get all that shit. I got still walked away with a little something, but it wasn't what I thought I was gonna walk away with. So that is a what? That's a 401k or that?
Yeah, that sounds like a retirement account. But
that's a retirement.
But
okay.
It sounds like, I'm not sure, but it sounds like it. What I'm telling you to do is with those $300, you're just going to rinse and repeat. You're going to keep buying the same thing over and over every month. So you're going to take two stocks, say it's Apple and Ford or Walmart and whatever the hell you want to buy. And you split that money in half, and then you're going to buy that every single month. Do that for at least a year. The longer you can do it, the better off you'll see the profit. You want to make it as easy as possible on yourself. And you don't want to put a whole lot of thought, because it's not that, if you look at the numbers that I'm telling you at the 8%, that's not no outrageous interest. That's not no outrageous performance for a stock. That's just not, unless it's a down year like it was this year. This year was unusually down because a lot of these stocks were down 30 and 40% that never moved down. So if you look at it in that sense, you're actually moving in on the time when those stocks have been ripped down. So it's almost like you're getting them on sale.
You get them at a low number,
Yeah. So if you think in the terms of the way you should be looking at that is in a 5 or 10 year clip. So if you think of it in a 5-year clip, you're talking over $20,000 at just $300 a month at a modest 8% gain. Which, I mean, you don't have to be a brainiac, and even if you want to be completely scary about it, say, I don't even know what stock to buy. Then you could buy something called the ETF, which is Exchange Traded Fund, where they put all these stocks together and you buy the basket. You buy that one stock, and there's a fund manager that buys and trades that stuff on a daily basis.
That's kind of how they give us, like, for the federal government. That's how our TSP is set up, where you got, I'm gonna say it's 4 or 5 different pots of money, right? Or let's say baskets, and you can be the basket A, B, C, or D. I'm with like the basic one where they said pretty much it's the one they give you when you first come in. Now you can go to the other ones, but like some of them, like the A band is the S&P. They said, but the S&P you gotta watch it because it can go up and down. And when I'm in the C band, which is basically like, you don't really win, but you never lose. Damn, bro. I can't. Hold on. Oh, it's the Hill band, something like that. No, not yet. There you go. Yeah.
Okay, so remember, if you don't keep up with inflation, which is at 7% annually, you are losing money. Because you're giving somebody your money, and the cost of your money costs you more than what you gave it to this person to hold it for. So you have to break 7% in order for you to be profitable. In theory, theoretically. So if you're anything under 7%, they basically took your. All you're saying is hold my money. I can't manage my money. You hold it. At least I know I won't fuck it up. That's basically what you're saying, because you're not gonna make any money off that. That's like too safe. You know what I mean? You want to be higher than inflation, and then you don't want to be in a 401k because of those fees. It's not just that you're buying the S&P 500. It's the fact that they're charging those fees to manage. That's the problem. It has nothing to do with the S&P 500 or the performance of the S&P 500, because all the major indexes, on the average, you mostly win unless it's a down year or a recession year, which nobody can really predict. And even if you try to run from that, you still won't run from that, because when you do your pension, your pension comes up, your pension plan comes up. Even if you don't invest $1 in that, your pension money that they have for your retirement, that's tied into the stock market. Everything is tied into that crap. So either knowingly or unknowingly, you're invested. Like everything is invested in. So you have to be conscious of that 7%, which is the inflation number, and that's when you save money. That's what you got to be trying to beat annually. If you're not beating 7%, you're losing money. Wherever you take your money and you dropping it off, if you're not beating that inflation rate, you're giving these people your money, and then you're basically paying them to hold your money. That's what you're doing.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So you got to.
No, I got you, because that's the same shit some old heads was telling me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I notice a lot of them when they get, especially the brothers, when they get closer to retirement, they start focusing on their TSP plans and what band they in. And like, I remember this one white boy in the office almost every day. He moving it from one fund to the next, one fund to the next. I'm like, what the fuck, man? That's just too much work to do on top of a real job. Like, you got a real fucking job and you sit here playing around with this shit, moving it from one band to another band, from another. Like, man, that to me, you know, I just look at it like, man, I'm retiring at 55 regardless. So I don't give a fuck. That money is just for me to play with, because when I look at the forecast, it tells you that how much you'll have if you go this year. And I was like, well, I'm not gonna have shit, so I might as well pull it out and do what I want to do with it. But I didn't know until, you know, we had that conversation when I talked to them that I put that when I pulled out, I didn't read the paperwork, but when I pulled out, I had to reinvest, because at first I was just investing 2% and they was matching 3%, so it was making 5%. Well, they made it. Well, now I'm putting in 4%, and I can't change that. Plus, I have to pay them their money back, and it's structured out. You know, it's coming directly out of my check. Now, I don't know if it's coming out pre-tax, tax, or after tax. I guess I gotta look at the stub and figure that out. But you know what I'm saying? It's just a straight salary. I see the regular salary come in, so I don't really think about it. You lost. Cut you off, Mr. Truck. Yo,
hold up, you hear me?
There you go. Yeah.
Hear me? Yeah. So like the pre-tax is important, because the pre-tax. So let's say you made $50,000. Let's do a round number. Let's say you made $50,000 annually for this year. If you contribute $5,000, even in a repayment, if you do $5,000 towards your 401k or whatever kind of government retirement plan you have, they're going to deduct that $5,000 versus your tax bill. So now even though you made the $50,000, your income, as far as the IRS is concerned, they're going to deduct that $5,000 that you contributed and make it $45,000. So that's the importance between.
Is that why they send you that paperwork with your thing on it? Like they send you like a they say like I get my what is it, W-4 or W-2, whatever the fuck it is, and then I get like another one after that. I just normally throw that shit in the trash.
No, bro, you gotta start participating, man. Listen, you got too much money and stuff. See now I give you. Let me ask you another question. How many years before this 55 you talking about? Is that 10? More than 10 years?
Yeah, I'm 34. Just turned 34.
Okay, so look. Now if you go to that investor website that I gave you, and you put in $300 monthly, right? $300 a month at 8% annually. That gives you over $100 and something thousand. I want to say it's like I can't remember the exact number. Damn, I wish I remember a number. It's over $100,000 with just $300 a month. at 8%. So like that's what I was telling you earlier. Like you're so far away, it don't seem like it. But when you go on that website and you play with the numbers, once you put some real numbers to it, the numbers don't lie, bro. You put some real numbers to it, and then what you do is you start going. Once you get finished with that, Google some of the performances of some of these stocks. Like do Google for the last 5 years, do Amazon for the last 5 years, Facebook, Walmart, whatever the hell is Disney, whatever stock you're thinking of, do the performance for the like. Just Google the stock, Apple stock, and it'll come up with a chart.
Yeah, and then click the button back to what it looked like 5 years ago or a year ago. Now I do that, and I'd be looking at it, and I'd be like, I'm not playing with this shit, and I just let it go. Like for me, it'd be a lot easier. Like I think that's why I do like I like it easier. Like my job, the government, they make it so easy, bro. But they give it to you. You ain't gotta do nothing. Like all the stuff I got, like the south outside of Carvana, which I just had a great hunch about. Valero, what I had a good hunch about. I just, you know what I'm saying? I don't really like. I like as minimum as possible. As minimum as possible. I don't want to like the fact that it was easy just to pick up the phone and talk to them. And of course they said, "Oh, you have you go online and you can." I'm not doing none of that shit. I don't want to remember no more passwords. I wish I just had somebody just do it for me. Like if I could just find me like somebody that just like, all right, every day their job is to focus, or they're gonna look out for me and make sure that shit moving, however or whatever. That's cool. You static. Hello? Hello? You going through the tunnel or something? There you go. Whatever you just did.
All right. Yeah. So like, you gotta get the app. You got like with those $300 now. All you can set up is automatic transfers. So you can set up $150 every 2 weeks. You can do $75 weekly based on how much you get paid at the bare minimum to get those $300. Now, once the $300 get into this brokerage account, then you're gonna have to make a decision on what you're gonna buy. So you could just let the money go over there, and then most brokerage accounts they will give you a percentage. It's usually like 1 or 2% for just letting the money sit there and you buy nothing. Which I mean, that's better than nothing, but you still want to buy something. So you're gonna have to put a reminder, or you're mentally gonna have to remember every 2 months you need to go in there and buy whatever stocks that you like, and you want to consistently buy the same ones. You don't want to make this overcomplicated. You don't want to be trying to find the penny stock that nobody never heard of. That's not what you're trying to do. That's gambling. We investing. So you're investing your money to make money. That's what you're trying to do.
But
so
now
you're
that's
trying
my
to take
thing.
this money and kind of flip it.
If I buy the same stock, so let's say I don't know. So if I buy Nike today, then next month it's at 120. I'm losing out on money.
No, you're not losing money. No, okay, no. Yeah, okay. Can you hear me? There you go.
Yeah, I can hear you. But I mean, I'm losing all the money. So I'm not getting that the same number I got it at before. Like to me, this don't make sense. I'm about to buy 6 deuce from a nigga for I don't know 3,200, and then I'm gonna go somewhere the next week or down the street and buy 6 deuce from somebody else for 4,500. Like what the fuck? I'm just getting working myself. I might as well buy as much as I can at that one time and get it, and it'd be like, no.
You're overthinking it, bro. Now, what you want to look at is something called dollar cost average. So if you buy, let's say Amazon is $80 something, $84 right now, right? So you buy this month $84. Next month is $90. The month after, that's your cost. But you remember your first shares was at $80 something. So if you had
average those two out.
Lump of cash, yeah, they keep averaging it out. As long as you keep buying the same one.
Okay. And it's not gonna be listed as like multiple line items like Nike, $82, Nike net again, $32 or whatever. It's gonna be just an average rate of what I paid for at that time.
Yo, you hear me? There you go. Yo.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can't hear.
Oh, there you
Can't
go.
Pitt.
There you go. Yeah. So now, as long as you keep buying the same one, it's gonna automatically average it out. So you don't worry about that part. You just keep buying. What you want to do is you want the comfort of buying solid stocks. That's what you want. You don't want to overcomplicate the shit and keep buying all these crazy ass stocks. You
Yeah,
want
the
the
shit
shit
that nobody
simple.
know of. Just get like a GM, some shit that can't fall that you know you're going okay. And that's how people be getting all those many stocks in them big ass businesses. Those joints be going for man 700-800 sometime, 120, 140. I be looking like damn.
Yeah. So now I'm gonna tell you the three baskets. I had to get out because the dudes keep calling me. I'm gonna give you the three baskets of stocks that you got to look into. Now you have growth stocks, which growth is going to be your Teslas. That's going to be like Lucid Car Technology, Rivian, where the prospect of the future of this company is really high, right?
Yeah.
So you're paying not based on the revenue that they're making right now. You're paying more for the stock than it's actually worth based on the potential growth. So those are considered growth stocks. The way you look up those stocks and you figure out what the growth is, there's something called a PE, which is that's based off of the earnings share, and they do a multiple based off of the earnings share, and that's what they do. That earning multiple could be usually the high PE ones, what they call high PE. Those I believe they're started like 20 and they go up. So the lower PE or the lower multiple, meaning that you're playing closer to what the actual company is worth. That's going to be your Procter & Gamble. That's going to be your Merck. That's going to be your Visa. Those are closer to the actual price because why? They don't have a lot of room for expansion. That business model is set, and then they've got they've got some growth, but not as much potential as those other companies.
It is
so
what it's
those
going
are
to be. Okay.
Right. So the high growth stocks have more potential for more money, but there's also a little bit more risk involved with those. The value stocks, which are the ones that have the lower PE, they have less room for growth, but it's more stability. So if you look at the value stocks over the last year, those perform better because the market sunk. And those particular stocks held better because people felt better putting their money in Merck's and Johnson & Johnson because they know that shit ain't going nowhere, right? And you also have something called consumer staples. So those are like value stocks as well. And lastly, the last thing that you got to look at, a lot of those value stocks, they have something called a dividend, right? The dividend pays out no matter what based off of how many shares you get. So like if you get Home Depot, it pays out a dividend based off the shares you have. I think it's like $1 a share or something like that. So if you got 100 shares, you get a dollar per 100 shares for every quarter for that dividend. They pay out dividends for the quarter and they pay them out annually. It just depends. You have to look up the dividend. Most of the high growth stocks, they do not pay a dividend, but you're baking in that price with it. So those are the things that you have to look up for. But if it was me and I was you, I would do a mix of some value, one value, and start off with one value stock and one growth stock. And then just keep building off of that. Do that for a year. And then after that year is over, add another value and another growth stock. Keep it very simple and very.
I want to do ones that split like how the Starbucks do. Like my Starbucks drink, once you hit a certain number, it just splits.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, that don't mean having more stock is the point.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. The amount of shares that you have has nothing to do with the value of the actual stock. So if you got $1,000 and you buy, you got 1,000 shares, it's still $1,000. It doesn't matter how many shares you got. The dollar amount didn't change, even though it's split. It didn't add any value to it. It just brought the price either up or down. If it brings the price down, theoretically, more people should be more excited to
split it.
Yeah, but the split don't bring no value, and they won't foretell you a split with no long amount of time for you to load up like that. Like if it's a split happening, you might get a month or 2 months, to notification. It's not gonna be a bunch of time unless you can put your hands on some money like that. So don't even concern yourself with that. Just try to get say, try to look up value stock and look up a growth stock, and then just split your money up like that. And like I said, do the bare minimum of $300. Open up, go to one of those companies. Even though you got a Charles Schwab account, you're gonna open up another account that you can access from your phone. That's not gonna be restricted, and you're gonna buy regular stock, and you're gonna have an IRA. And then once you get all that set up, you're gonna contact those retirement funds if you no longer work there, and you're gonna transfer those funds over into that IRA. And then the reason why you're gonna do that is because you're not gonna pay any fees. And then because you got the money transferred, you don't have to be in the funds that they're telling you to be in. You can buy the Apples, you can buy the Microsoft, you can buy whatever you want in that retirement account with that money in there, and you're gonna see a far better return than those things. Even if you buy Visa, Disney, I give you some real estate stocks: Visa, Disney, Walmart, Johnson and Johnson, Merck, Caterpillar, Boeing. Those are like all of those right there. You wouldn't really have to worry about those. And you look at the returns on those, this playback, you'll see what I'm talking about. But those are the things that you have to do your homework on. But remember, all this stuff is going to take your participation. It's not like you're just going to throw some money at something and close your eyes and forget about it. It ain't going to take you a lot of work. It's just going to be consistent that you remember, oh man, because once you get the account set up, you're going to set up these payments, these transfers. You're going to do a transfer, and you can set it up monthly, quarterly, or weekly, however you want to transfer money over. If you transfer that money over to the account, and then you eventually, like I said, you got to figure out what you want to do with that money. That's all.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you, brother. He went out. Piss went out.